Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you hear me. Marie Antoinette, can you confirm that you can hear me? I didn't give no countdown today. I just went straight to the broadcast. Can you hear me? Excellent, excellent. That's a good confirmation. Again, I want to welcome everybody. Marie Antoinette, thank you so much for being the first one online confirming the broadcast. I'm just going to be sending some of the for the link for everybody to join. And I just want to start with a prayer because that's the most effective way of living life on earth. And I just ask the Father, Xavier, to give me the strength on putting the truth out there, helping people, praying for people, and for giving me the strength. I'm very happy that I'm here with all of you, meeting us in the different areas, from different areas, and meeting us on this platform. So I want to start with a prayer. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Father, I really appreciate for giving me the opportunity to talk to all my African brothers and sisters, and as well, give me the opportunity to open the eyes and understanding about what Africa is and who's Africans. We are very limited on things that we do, but with you, we're limitless. We give you everything that we pray for, and you give us hundredfold, giving us the opportunity to voice ourselves. For that, I'm very grateful, my Lord. You gave us the opportunity to meet all my African brothers and sisters, and all of them that meet on this platform. You give us this opportunity. We're very grateful. We really appreciate everything that you've done for us, and we'll never, never forget who you are, our creator, the one that really created the world. And for us, it's an opportunity to discuss on how to unify, to love, to prosper, and looking forward to peace for all African brothers in diaspora and as well in the continent. I'm grateful. And today's topic is going to be about diaspora. I need your help to put everything that I need to put out there. It's a free will, and your free will that you gave us, I want to use it the right way, in an honest way, and we can have a great discussion today. I thank you, my Lord. In Jesus' name, amen. All right, today I've been doing a lot of soul searching, and I did a few investigative information, and I just open up by saying, what is diaspora? What that really? Let's go to the root of what diaspora is about. Diaspora, originally, it was a meaning for the old slave trades, and all Africans that have been literally imported by force and came in to Americas and different part of the world also, but mostly in Americas. So as we progress through life and the abolition of slavery, it still didn't change the view on how the very people that gave us the understanding of diaspora in the slavery, they just changed their meaning and how they're going to be coming to Africa and deploy all their evil spirit of dividing and conquering Africa. So we're going back to the 1885 Berlin Conference, where the Brussels king proclaimed the Central Congo to be his own kind of a piece of land, or his something that he owns. He eradicated about 75% of the population and enforced all kind of rules, atrocities, and everything else in order to achieve that. And when you look back, still, we thought we going to be one step forward. I just said, you know what? Today I looked at it. I think being Black, we are the very, very important part of the globe. By disconnecting yourself with the continent, the African continent is so vast. I always say that on a lot of my discussions. But at the same time, it's the real source for human beings. That's where all human beings got created from. They migrated from the continent. But at the same time, I feel like we're in danger peace in the world. It's so amazing sometimes how people look at us, how you're Black. The first thing is the Black man, and then followed, that goes on the uppercase, the Black woman. We're very much the peace-loving people. We have a lot of things to do in our continent, but yet, before you even become diaspora, you're already been on a category inferior to the human race. And unfortunately, we're the richest continent. In spirit, we're very resilient. That's what Xavier gave us. We're very resilient. They try to destroy us. They try to manipulate us. They try to enslave us. They did everything possible just to get to our land and our resources. Again, as a diaspora, I still see it with another continent that I live in and the way they look at Africa. Especially when you go on the European side of the house, they still look at us down. Even some of the treaties on the 14 French colonies, 85% of their investment, hard-earned money, goes into their central banks, and 15% that you run around with. So it's never been enough for the people that work so hard to survive on 15%. And then you're going to turn around, and if you need money, oh, they will trickle $1 billion here, $2 billion here, which they have already amassed trillions of dollars abroad. So for the diaspora, we need to put ourselves together and protect anything that goes against our African continent, including its inhabitants. These are our brothers, these are our sisters. My mother still lives in Ethiopia. So that means I have still families, I have cousins. We all have relatives in the continent. It's how we're going to integrate ourselves and how we can really pursue the unity of one Africa. And that will come through another information that the AU signed, the free trade across the continent. 50 countries signed a free trade. What does it mean? And the meaning and the opportunity, that gives us the opportunity to talk in one voice, one block, one voice by Africans. It's an opportunity. We need to really explore what's been out there where we can benefit the continent. It is something that very unique to Africans that lives in Africa and in the relation where the diaspora, Africans, diasporas, looking toward the future of the continent. We still have a division trial. In fact, I want to drop that word tribal because the tribes makes it what continent is. From the tribe, from the nations, it's a fiber that we always have to respect, but not being divided by tribal. It's just respecting each other and loving one another, because the more we kill each other, the very vulnerable we become to the enemy that comes from the outside. So they all throw a lot of things at us to divide us and to conquer. And they're still exploiting Africa, but we don't have anything in return. We have coffees that's been sent out from the continent, and they relabel it on a different name, just like they produce Switzerland coffee. They don't produce coffee. You know, they're relabeling what it was African. And then we, just like anybody else, oh, let me try some Switzerland coffee. But listen, that was African coffee. In fact, they should stop relabeling under their name, because it's really fake, because that coffee originated from Africa. The teas, a lot of products that has been taken out from the continent, it has to be understood and labeled properly. You can say Switzerland coffee from Africa. Africa has to be the name. It can be from Ethiopia, but again, it can be from Tanzania. It can be from any part that produces coffee. But if it is within the continent, I think we should be starting to have a demand to be relabeled as an African product, because you're really infringing on a lot of things, and nobody pays attention to it. But again, I want to pay attention for every product that's been sent out from Africa. That has to be recognized that that part of a resource came from Africa. So this kind of work, yes, you know, from the continent aspect of it, we can still push to make sure the label's correct. But at the same time, the diaspora has a very strong hold in certain areas that they can really demand that within their states of residence and approach different things on what it concerns to Africa. Basically, the way I look at it, when it comes to the colonials, they still have that force, and that force of really, if they don't agree with you on any part of it, they'll take a different course on how to make changes. And they have a lot of tools in their hand in order to make this happen toward the favor. I'm not going to say that Africa has to shut everything down and recalculate, but again, you know, we can work with what we have and step by step come to a block that can represent. We have the Chinese that are represented. We have the Americas that's represented. Europe represented when it comes to the United Nations. There's one block missing. We are scattered. We'll have all our ambassadors, but there's no block as an African that can speak truly as an African unite and being represented and be representant of the continent. So we have a lot of work to do. I just put some point here and there, but again, I'd love people to, I want to hear from people that can join and get this thing moving. Sam, greeting. I see you coming in. And I want to expand today's discussion about the diaspora life. We started talking about it last week, but at the same time, we want to make sure that there's really a responsibility for the diasporas to come and discuss what they can do for Africa. That is the discussion, and how a diaspora can integrate in the new Africa for him, because he probably left the country 20 years ago, 30 years ago, or less, it doesn't matter. But going back every 2-3 years, things change in Africa. The population is growing. The population is changing. The politics is changing. And how can we drop shipment, put it that way, for a diaspora to come invest in Africa? And the opportunity, what kind of opportunity do we put out there to attract our scientists, African scientists in diaspora, engineers, doctors, nurses, nuclear powers, nuclear energy. We have a lot of top doctors, professors abroad, put it that way. And how can we attract that? Because if each put 5% of their knowledge invested in Africa, our unity is close. We are close to that. Already as one Africa, we picture Africa without borders. Already we're discussing this. And at the same time, we have this free trade agreement that is in place. There's a lot of things that's been changing. It's getting the right information to the right people at the right time. The time is now. The colonization aspect of it came over because now Africans are awake. They know what they want, except we still have little battles that we're playing against each other. But we have to really look out and say, is it worth it? But who are we killing? We're killing each other. Is it worth it? So we need leadership and people that can negotiate peace, a true peace. We need true negotiators. And people that are in diaspora sees opportunities and sees how they can integrate into peacemaking. So the peace is the key thing. The awareness is another level, because Africans, whether you're in diaspora or whether you live in a continent, there's this inside feeling demanding the peace in the nations and the peace in the continent. People are really scattered in their thoughts. We have different medias, different people that have really a good connection. Now, in the diaspora, we have to fill in the blanks and connect ourselves with all the above that I mentioned. There's a lot of organization that's out there, and we need to make sure that those organizations are unified to one goal, the unity of Africa, which is our vision for One Africa. You can take Ambassador Arikana Cholombori. She is putting a lot out there, a lot of information out there, and sometimes I wish we can bring in people like that can really elaborate in our story. She was a diaspora, and as well, she's the ambassador in the African Union. She brings a lot of great topics, great information. They got different programs where you can bring a diaspora and get involved in the African affairs. It's very important that we put that link, all of us, to make sure that we are interconnected. We talk about all these tribal wars, tribal this, and really from the high level, the unity has to be an organization that's going to be looking toward the peace of Africa. Make sure they're all brothers, they're all from one seed. They came from one seed in Africa. And you should say, hey, you know, that's my brother. And I always promote saying, hey, listen, protect our sisters. I mean it, because they're blessed with a womb. They're the one that's going to give us children. They're the one that's going to take care of our children, and as well, the husband. You know, and they're the mother. Our sisters are going to be the future mothers, and we need to protect them. And as well, no African brother should raise arm against another African brother. We should put that as a policy and a priority to bring this awareness, because the divide and conquer is always going to hit us one way or the other. But at the same time, if we start respecting one another and love one another, the greatest conqueror in this world is love. The love comes from inside out of care. If you're going to raise your arm against another African, you're just going to have to think twice about it, because looking at him, that's your brother. That's your sister. So you have to own it. We're the most endangered species in the world. Why you eliminating one of your own? Why you raise your arm? So we need to put that awareness across the continent. And in fact, across the diaspora, and as well on the continent, because it has a lot of influence toward the way we're going to live in Africa, the way of life in Africa. It's the richest continent. We should not be begging. We should not be waiting for something to be donated. We should be able to speak as one and have our resources distributed among Africans first. Because Africa, you're African because, as the ambassador says, because Africa is born in you. I find it very powerful. You're African. That's when you realize you're African, because Africa is born in you. It's a very strong statement. And true, because when you look at their color, when you look at where you come from, and say, yeah, I'm black, where this color belongs. But again, when you come back and test yourself, and this is where we are, even on this panel, we want Africa because Africa is born in us. The land is so vast. It's a huge continent. We cannot even put anything but this virtual border that is being created. We move past that. It's still there, but the unity is getting stronger and stronger. We got the Eastern blocks on the west side. You got different blocks putting themselves together. And that is a progress. We're coming forward in unity. And the other thing that a lot of people talk about, diaspora, we have the responsibility to contribute. It can be physical, it can be in land, it can be virtual education, whole hand of another African brother, because it's only 1.3 billion Africans out there. And I think still the number is being given by the World Banks and stuff like that. But again, I think we are more than 1.3 billion. I believe, we are in the 1.7 or something, because by 2030, they say we're going to be reaching about 2.5 billion. So how can we talk to 2.5 billion people by 2030? And if we're not ready now to really bring information that can feed Africa by Africans, is the question. Those of you that are listening out there, Sam, you're there, Marian 20, and those of you who want to join, please join, and we'll put the StreamYard. I'd love to hear from you. So that's one of the discussion that I promised to start, and just looking at the a few facts that I gathered, and I want to share the information system and why diaspora is not. Well, let me take it back. The definitions itself as diaspora kind of put a separation, really, because he migrated. Because the old one is like the Africa diaspora is known of a community descent from native Africans from Africa, and most of it, the predominantly, is in the Americas. So the term is always to refer descendant. Before it was the diaspora itself, it means scattering, okay, from the Greek word, literally. And already that definition, just looking at it, reading about it, it just already become a division. It's kind of a dividing and conquering, like the old time. Then the word diaspora has been adopted in the 21st century, even from the sub-Saharan Africa. The African Union defined the African diaspora as consisting of people of native of African origin living outside the continent. I think it should be, we should create a different word to it, because once you're African, okay? That doesn't change. It can be a Black American, it can be a different part of in Asia or anything, but as long as you're descent of Africa, any part, that include the islands, we're talking about Haiti, Jamaica, we got people in Puerto Rico. If you really look at the number on what's so-called diaspora and natives from descent of Africa, is staggering. I just looked at, I think about a couple of days ago, that 46 million live in the United States. That's a lot. That's a lot of number. And a different continent also have different population of the descent from Africa. So our word diaspora already just kind of still keep us in the divide, but you should be African, and it can be born anywhere, but at the same time, your descent would be from Africa. So in due respect to that, I think the diaspora has to be connected to the motherland, to the mother continent. And for me, sometimes, I just looked at it from diaspora as like desperate or something like that. But you're not desperate. You are really, like they say, scattered people all over the world. Now, is that unity in the diaspora world also, until we change the word of diaspora, I'm going to use it, but it's one of those things that I don't like to say, like confused hate, all these words that are negative. Until then, we get a word to it. I think One Africa will come up with a name, and I think we can have that conversation to bring diaspora closer to the motherland, Mother Africa. So, and this is what one thing that we look is toward the peace among the diaspora, put a unity in the diaspora world. It's just like, look at EU. If anything happened to any of the countries, they have a common defense force that comes in and fight for. So we Africans should have the same notion, the same understanding. If one African country is hurt, and it's getting hurt, and the information, we should expose it. We should protect them. We should fight for them because they're one of us. We are part of the continent. Progressively, Tunaja speaks about a lot of defense work and stuff like that, but it's needed to bring that unity, to bring the accountability for anything that happens in the continent, whether you are diaspora or in the continent. Protect those people that are being involved in manslaughter, political divide that really goes to genocide. We should say no, and we should stand together. It's not about politics, but we're losing an African brother or sister, a mom, grandmother, daughters, sons, aunt, grandmother, and uncles, okay? So that's what the unity should start, whether you are abroad, in the continent. We should protect our own in any way, in any means. We should stand up for what is right. And we should show unity to one another. All right. Again, just to have a little short revision, please subscribe, like, and join us. Especially, I want to see people from the Northern Africa and give us their thoughts. If you are French speaking, I'll be glad to translate, and we can have a discussion. Please join. You'll see I share my StreamYard, and we can talk about it. Can anybody hear me? I just got a little error from when I shared the StreamYard. Okay. Sam, can you confirm? Omar Antoinette. Oh, great. Vet Inte. Thank you. Okay. Anybody that would like to join and further discuss with the diaspora, there's a few stories out there, and I know some of you don't want to join, but make an effort. Sam, I'm expecting you next week So it would be great to hear you and to hear your voice. That'll be great. Well, you know, you question, what does unity look like? That's a great question. And when we talk about unity, it's coming together. Put it this way: coming together, being able to discuss matters of importance, define the processes, define for oneness, meaning that when we start communicating, that's the flashpoint of startup about being unified. We need to converse. We need the conversation where we all can hear one another, regardless of the language barrier that can be possibly be translated. And Sam, I think you're one of the person that's going to be hopefully come up with any language that you speak on anything can be translated easy, because we don't want to hold the One Africa movement, One Unity movement, because of different language. But it's our fabric. I mean, Africa had different languages. They can have different dialects, but when you seek to be as one, everything starts in peace. We have to really not anybody interfere. If you have another interference, let's say two people negotiate to be one in one idea, you got a third person that's going to come that did not want your unity, will interfere. So we should be able to understand who's the enemy. Why is it that we are not able to sit down and talk? And if we have differences, how we can bring peace to one another. So unity is the price of the people involved to be one in ideas, the progress and benefit for all, and determine the vision on where you're going to go next. So the unity, it doesn't come easy. But the good thing that we have a good fabric is we have subs in there, nations that are there. The nations itself has to be unified, have one move. Hey, Bells, we got BJ.
Hi, how's everybody doing?
Doing good, doing good. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
So you can introduce yourself, if you don't mind.
Hi, I'm BJ. I'm from America, and I was just listening to you when you were saying unity, and me being African American in America, we've spoken unity for decades, probably beyond centuries, and yet we're still not unified. So to me, unity means every other group knows there's differences. Everyone doesn't get along. Everyone comes from different background, different cultures, and different ethnicity, but they know that one common value is I am a Caucasian, I am an Asian, I'm a this. That's what they ground themselves on. We want unity, meaning unification, meaning common ground with, and until we get that, then we're unified. But we have to say one person, one voice. No, it's different voices, but we're still one people. And with the words have been spoken and we get together and we talk, we have to then put forth action. Because if we look at each other's stories, and that's the strangest thing about everything, we look at everybody's stories and you look at it and you throw it out on the table, it's the same story. The same thing that's going on with you has happened to me. Only thing changes is a zip code.
You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. My question to you, BJ. This thing keep being addressed. We're 1.45 billion across, let's say, right? There's an issue that being said. We are one of the most target for any reason. Oh, it's black and this. You are this. Always been looked at negatively. The shooting happened to blacks. How do you see that? Do you think we are like, as they say, being isolated throughout the world?
No, because it's done deliberately. The media, I mean, like during the turn of the century with the movie The Birth of the Nation, and that got all the big strong, King Kong, same thing, big strong black man is going to come and rip you apart. It's the same thing that's everybody else knows the truth but us. But if we keep looking at ourselves as monsters and villains and evil and this, we become what we think. If we don't take the rose-colored glasses off and start seeing things for what it is, they know we'll never rise. So if we keep those, because if you notice every so many months, if not years, here comes another plantation movie. We don't really want you to get off that plantation. Oh, let's show something about, look at these folks over in Africa. Got the flies all on the set. See, they're never going to get beyond it. So you keep this in the children's head and they think, this is what we're going to be. This is the only thing I can be. So you don't strive for more. You keep looking at things of, here's another obstacle, and that's why I can't be this. Well, George Washington Carver, his parents were born on a plantation, and yet look at all the millions of inventions he made, and today we're still using many of them. Henrietta Lack, they found that her cell never died. They're still using those cells till today. All these things, these people didn't go to these Ivy League colleges and discover all this stuff. It's within us. And as long as they can keep us blinded from what your abilities are, you won't even strive for it.
Yep. You said that you live in America, right? And
yeah.
Let's say, everybody, this is about Diaspora Talks also. Everybody said, how can we get a diaspora or African American, to attract them into venturing and advancing toward the African affairs? What do you think from your side can facilitate these moves?
I think what you're doing now is facilitating it. I don't know a lot about Africans because I'm over in Americans.
Right.
But I know a lot about Americans. And the thing about us is we don't move until the wave comes up. So when you look at a wave, it comes in slowly. And then it starts to hit that peak. In any movement, it starts slowly, and then more and more and more people will jump on. So it's just a matter of keeping that motion going until it hits that peak. And once it hits that peak, because everybody knows that about us, once we buy into something, we don't walk away from that. We will fight for that. We will do whatever it takes to keep that from collapsing. So if we're loyal to a business, if we're loyal to a person, I mean, you see it every day. Why didn't she leave him? He doing this, but I love him. I'm not going nowhere. That's my husband. That's what. And you're like, well, why are you dealing with all this? Because once we're embedded into something, we don't walk away from the hard times, from the tough times, from the rough times. We keep pushing forward. But what's hard for us is that movement, those first steps to buy into it, not saying that we don't believe it, is that because of all this colonization and conditioning, we have a fear that is it even possible? So we move slowly.
So do you think one of the things that not was involved is about the respect of the whole African continent when Africa rises to unity? What's the benefit for the diaspora? Meaning, even the diaspora is going to be contributing to it to bring it together. But how do you see the benefit of this rise of Africa and the respect that's supposed to be given to the continent?
Well, look at China. Look at China. 30 years ago, maybe a little longer, they were not a superpower. We have to start looking at the long game. Every group on this planet is a part of a group. Why do our group have to be broken into 75,000 fractions? Oh, this piece over here is different than that piece over there. You're never going to be strong if you're always divided. That's been one of the things that's kept us so oppressed, is that our division within each other. And I get why it happens. I understand why that's the cause. Because, again, you getting punished by the controlling factors if you do. So, in the past, our ancestors had to walk cautiously around things. But now, time is running out. We don't have another 30 years to sit around the round table because everything is accelerated. So it's like, we have to get to the point, and we got to get to the decision. Either you want to do it or you don't. Understand that, yeah, there's differences. Yeah, there's fear. Yeah, we have to do something, because what's been done since the civil rights movement, in so many words, has been mute. It has not provided any substance. So that means something else. We need to make a pivot and try a different way.
So the let's say the rise of Africa, and at the same time this movement of the One Africa, like for example, there's a free trade across the continent that's been signed off in the 50 countries, and how does it look to be something that information, if the Black that is outside the continent can put their power of purchase specifically from Africa? How do you see that?
Well, my only thing with the free trade is whose trade is going to be free. And I say that in the sense of what Japan was able to do and what Asia has been able to do is they have been able to control it where that their people benefit. Now, if free trade for everybody to come in and they benefit from it, what's the difference between free trade and what's going on now? Or is it just another smoke and mirrors? So the thing is, if the trade is going to be free, again, you can't go over to China and say, hey, let me open up a shop and I got venture capitalists over here. You have to go through several, steps and say, wait, how is this benefiting China? How is this benefiting Japan? How is it benefiting all these Korea? And then we're like, okay, we could do this because we know you're going to win and we're going to win. But if it's going to be more of the same, that's where the problem comes in. And on the flip side, as far as getting us to buy into it, I think you're getting more of us to do that even today. But again, and luckily with, you know, the internet and the different online vehicles for purchase, that helps a lot because it can get into more people's hands. And again, you're getting more of a wave of people now who are looking like, yeah, I need to buy black, I need to buy, you know, blah blah blah. While the wave is up, you have to go after it, because once it ebbs and takes a pivot, then you might have lost that opportunity. But the thing is, most people just don't know how. So then that information has to be pushed out there so they can say, hey, look at this, you know, this is pretty good, you know. Look at the prices. Oh, they're pretty fair. Okay, I can get this. And then once people have it, then they'll show others and say, oh yeah, this is as good as the stuff that we have over there. Okay, I'm gonna go start telling more people and more people and more people, and it'll start growing and growing and growing.
Excellent. What the opportunity is there when they say that free trade is like your taxation, all that, within African products, like importing, let's say, simple as coffee. Everybody in Europe would be labeling like Switzerland coffee is being labeled as Switzerland coffee, even though the coffee came from uh, that originate in Africa, you know, and the labeling on how, oh, it's from Swiss, and people just get the hype or whatever. But going back to that root of distribution within African, so everything should be made in Africa when it comes to certain product, all the product that have been manufactured or hold base in the continent. In that aspect of it, the the do you think the branding is important?
The branding is important, but the branding is, you know, it is what it is, because branding, look at so many of these brands that are out now. You got the Gucci's, the Tiffany's, the Ferraris. Nobody really knows anything about those companies, but it's the marketing that has everybody hooked on those brands. My thing is, on the flip side of it is, you can market as whatever, but if it's not just like can't remember the one that we had back in the 70s, where they were doing the free trade agreement with other countries, and it breaks it down that a certain portion of this has to be built or made or manufactured within our country. So they will split up a car and say, okay, 100% of that car is this, but 20% maybe Japan, 15% is China, and 30% is America. They will break those percentages down. Now, what pieces, if it's just a screw or a tire or whatever, every piece of that car is broken down based upon that location of where it's being built and manufactured. So they know, okay, every car that's being sold, I know 30% of that sales is coming into my coffers.
Hmm.
If you don't have that, then all you have is a name on a product that's really not benefiting you.
Got you. I got Sam that commented where he said if there are more black business people, CEOs, leaders, or techs, etc., that will spur on, I can do it mentally, in many uh, more blacks around the world as we individually start to change collectively. What do you see on this comment?
Well, the thing is, you have how many billions of people in Africa? Start
1.5.
trading with each other. Start.
Right?
Do you know how much money that can be generated just by you just trading within those borders? That's a huge start. So if even you going outside and you do inside, you're gonna automatically just start growing. You know, if you look at the history of the railway, when the trains came through America, a lot of people did speculation, and they heard from the government, blah blah blah, and the route is going to be here, and people ran out and said, okay, they're going to have the route, and let's build this port, this sub train station here, and all this other stuff. So it sparked people to move to try to, you know, be a part of it. Some people went bust because they said, nope, oops, we're not going that way, we're going the other way. But it started people moving towards it. There was nothing going on in the West, and we won't talk about the whole history of on the
Right.
flip side of all that. But it's just an example of how they start. What was there was nothing, and the government again plays a huge part in all that, because you know you need the infrastructure and the support, but it built these cities. These towns grew because the people grew. You know, going west, trying to get to California. You know, it's same. Those highways are technically nothing but Indian trails, but everybody knew the route. So with that route, I mean, back in the 50s, it used to be before the high. You know, another marketing thing with the highways was Route 66. Everybody get in your car because that's a media. You know how it starts to market everything. Go on those family trips, and people would literally go in their cars and just take the whole Route 66, going down those highways until the interchange started being developed. But it was a way for people to get around the country and bringing income into certain areas. Anything and everything that's done has more than just a direct path. It's always, okay, how do we now have these towns and bring, travelers here so we can bring revenue into these smaller cities? Oh, we'll start marketing it. We'll call it Route 66, and we'll build sort of, little things around it. And oh, well, we can also get them to Vegas, and we get them to Arizona. Oh yeah, and their endpoint could be California. So we'll get the people to go to all these different. They knew you're gonna have to get some gas. You're gonna have to feed them kids in the back of their car. You're gonna have that place to sleep, because again, if it's raining, you can't be in the middle of the desert. So they knew that what they were doing was going to be a revenue stream, not only for one destination, but for several destinations. And eventually now and then you have the interstates. But by then, once those interstates start coming in, people already knew, oh yeah, there's a nice little town outside Tucson, Arizona. Yeah, me and my grandma went. So people are already familiar with it. It's always a long-term plan. Where it starts, maybe just an empty little desert, but what it ends at, now you got Vegas.
Yep.
And how many people live in Vegas right now? And how much Vegas still ain't got no water, but how much, different activities going there, how it's connected to California. You got Colorado not far from there, and Utah, and people, it just grew just from that initial, we want to sell cars. How do we get people up and down these highways? Now that we built this, how do we get people to go?
So you see that happening now, trying to build those interstate and everything else coming. There's one famous one that's coming in from Egypt across Khartoum and goes all the way south, because they realize that they have more product to sell throughout these routes. I think would you say that the interconnection, like you said, Vegas and Route 66 itself, it has a lot of history behind it and
Yeah.
a lot of marketing. And do you think we can really replicate something like that through the continent?
I mean, I just look at just, the original freeway was built in Detroit, Davison, small plot of land. The first paved road was built in Detroit. Woodward. There's always going to have to be a spot where you do your prototype, because that's basically what it is. It's a prototype. But with that, you see what works, what doesn't work, how to design it, how it should be built, and then go from there. Once you have that road, eventually businesses, and they gave incentives for the businesses. Okay, relocate here. The government has its part. We'll give you subsidies for being here, whatever. Yada yada yada. When one business come, then another business come, and then another business come, and then another business come, and then people like, I don't want to drive 3 hours to get to and from work, or once I get, on a rainy day, I get stuck 5 times before I can get to the factory or whatever. So they're like, well, somebody starts building houses close to the businesses. So that's going on as well. And so when you get more people coming, then the roads eventually start getting built and paved and all that. So it's like a block by block thing, a region by region, a district by district sort of situation. And all these things are going on at the same time. One doesn't start and then the other one has to wait. It's all goes on all at the same time. A lot of times you might not hear about the other side of it.
Correct. Uh, and the other thing that I always thought of the creative mind. It starts with the exposure from another. It's like the old nomad. They bring goods through camels and stuff like that, and how they bring the businesses in. They become that city. If it is something that everybody trades in, it becomes a very popular place to that attracts. And in that matter, right now that we are really on the internet and we are really connecting globally, do you think it's going to be benefiting the continent when it comes to Africa on replicating certain businesses that are out there without really recreating something? Not uh, just having
Well,
the basic routes.
but like even here, if you look at the people who make the most money, they're always the ones who are, yes, replicate what you see other places. But the one who really makes the money is the one who solves a problem that only exists where you're at. What you guys got to start doing is, what is a problem that we all face, and what is the way to solve that? And it doesn't have to be big. I mean, it doesn't have to be big. It could be something small. You look at some of the inventors and inventions from the turn of the century, not this century, but last century, and they just was, here's some way to, you know, up to plug up a drain. This is a way to, how do you irrigate water? Here's something that everybody, because if everybody needs it, that's a sale from everybody. So no matter how cheap it may be for that product, you can make a lot of money, and it's gonna be consistent money because everybody gotta have it.
Yep. The basic
And
necessities.
that's something only you guys can figure out, because where you're at is different than where I'm at. My problems are a little bit different. The things that need to be done. We need mass transit here, and we've been crying about that for decades, just to put it
I think,
mildly.
yeah, and I think the mass transportation is an issue all around the world, and it gets worse when it comes in Africa. I mean,
Well, and I would just throw back, just looking at, in the past, there used to be like, you had the bus system, and then you had the black bus system, and because we couldn't necessarily always get on their buses or whatever. Something that simple, like, okay, I'm going to have a bus system that competes with what we have right now. This is not working. Let's see how we want to do this. Well, since you have technology, well, maybe we could make it sort of like a bus system slash Uber thing, that they can just get an Uber. Here's a destination spot we pick them up at. We're gonna give them a little bit better accommodations than the regular people. Um, and that may be a way to create a route. We'll do an alternate route from the regular route, so they can get to their place a little bit faster, Do you know how many people were running? Look, I can go to this new bus system. They're reliable. When I need them, they're there. The accommodations are great, and I don't have to worry about sitting in traffic for 4 or 5 hours. Something simple like that. And from there, then you have the seed money and the ground money to then move to something bigger or better. It just starts simple.
Another thing, I got Johnson Johnson that's putting another thing that in perspective. He said he personally witnessed putting down 2,500 miles of blacktop roads in 1999 between Djibouti to Bujumbura, Burundi, just to get their goods to market. Do you think it's beneficial for China to build those infrastructures? And what you see, uh, nothing is for free. You know that.
Of course not. But my question
And
is, why can't Africa build their own infrastructure?
I like the way you ask question by question. I think is that one is the know-how. Maybe is they rather there's no sponsor, or I put it that way,
Well,
something
I,
that
and I,
motivate.
I'm only saying that in certain instances, yes, you're gonna need China to do certain things, but the other things, there was not one entity that built every road in America. And many nowadays, a lot of things are subcontracted out to do. So if you're doing this side, we could do this side here this way. So while you're doing that over there, then my people are slowly building. Because again, if all they're gonna do is build a big fat road in the middle of this street, who's gonna build those connecting roads in? So if you're gonna get them to do this, then our people could do it. Maybe it won't be the same type of concrete or asphalt for these little side roads going into these houses or whatever, but it's gonna be my people building it, and the materials are coming from my people. So what do you have that's easy and my people could easily lay a road down? Because back in the day, it was bricks. We used to have roads, and in certain parts, if you take up some of this asphalt and go up under some of this concrete, you'll still see them same bricks that was laid back in 18 whatever.
Right.
And they took some bricks and you got good with the mortar. He's quick. Brick, mortar, brick, mortar, brick, mortar.
Brick more.
Hey, you get off at 8. See you the same time tomorrow, okay? And that road got paved. Miles and miles and miles and miles of road. Keep it simple. Because once you start simple, the money will flow, and then you can you know negotiate bigger and better. I love the fact that it's now the East African Union, because again, that unity is really needed. Because when you have that many people at a table, you can't be pushed like you can a smaller entity. And that's why they love you guys being separated like you are. The smaller the entity, I can bully you real easy
Right.
because I'm a bigger dog. And what you gonna
Yep.
do?
Yep.
But you have to put your people first. Not saying you're not helping everybody else out, but sorry, y'all had like 7 billion years with your foot on my neck. I need at least a 70-year break. Sorry, but my people come first. Bottom line, that's what it has to be. My people have to come first because nobody else is putting their people behind you, and they shouldn't. I mean, honestly.
Absolutely not. You're right. And one thing
And
that I
and
was
and, and the sad thing about it, they're not. No matter whatever their situation is not going to happen.
mm,
So why is we the only people supposed to say take care of the world and then cry? Why ain't nobody taking care of us?
and I think we're hitting a great point about the transportation and an urban city. It became urban because it's interconnected and has an attraction. Uh, an attraction for businesses, for trades, for a lot of things. And they create this environment that anybody that's about 30, 40 miles away can interconnect and has transportation and all that. So in that aspect of it, would when one of the weakest point that I see when it comes to the building of the infrastructures and everything else, I think when China comes in and they put in these roads, one of the things that we don't demand or ask is to have one of the trainings to be
Yeah.
they built this road, and how come I cannot build the sub road that is on the back on my own and being taught how it gets done? I think that's the training.
But see, the thing is, that means you're still dependent upon someone else. I just look at what you guys have the advantage of is that the information and the technology is there. But what I don't know if I see it clearly, because all this stuff is a slow process. It doesn't have to be snail pace, but it's a slow process. So it's always a little bit, a little bit, a little bit, a little bit, and it's always coming in a circle or a square, and it expands out. So therefore, you know what? You don't want us doing this on your road over here? Fine. We're gonna go over there and do it on that road over there. And then tell the people who come to our road over there that they're gonna get a discount if they locate their business over there. And then while you building this road, you can leave building a road to nowhere.
Mm.
Money talks.
That's money. I was gonna say something about it. So it's like money talks, all the bull we walk. You know what I mean? I just want to welcome also Tanzan. She just joined us. And
Hi, Tanzan.
You know Tanzan. Tanzan is in the West Coast, so.
Hey, greetings, Big E. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. How about you?
I'm good. I'm good. Good to hear you. Oh, wow. This is a good one. So, okay. So, my first question would be this. I think we can all agree that our problem, as a people everywhere, is the idea not of unity, because you don't need unity to work together. My problem is working together. We haven't really organized and produced businesses, farms, and that as a group. We have in Africa to some extent, but not to the best extent. So one of the things is repairing, firstly, in believing in ourselves, because when you go to so many places, we have to look for other people to solve our problems instead of solving them ourselves. So I think that's the first thing that we have to do, is to believe that we can do it and we have the ability to do it. It's a bit loud, so I'll mute myself for now. But yeah, great to hear from both of you.
Oh yeah, but Tanzan, I mean, you're absolutely right. But the thing is with that is, in this media society we live in, no one ever shows you their failures. So you're thinking everybody's succeeding when you don't see how many times they have failed before they even got to that point. You got all the cameras and all the beautiful gowns and get the lights and pictures and got the little writer writing up all the, little, articles and sounding like great. So we can't be afraid to fail and say, okay, that didn't work. Let's go to the next round. Let's try it again and see what can we learn from what mistakes we made there and try and improve and keep moving forward. You're not going to hear those stories. They're going to be, like silenced, because as long as we keep moving together and keep getting up and keep moving forward, then, you're going to make progress. But if we keep this narrative the way it is, we think, oh, their stuff is going to be better because they have. What did Japan have in 19? They just came out of a war. in 1950s. America wanted to find a spot to make cars cheaper than what, because the unions were saying, look, enough is enough. We done broke our backs enough. We need to be paid some money. Oh, well, y'all gonna feel like y'all gonna be like that? We're gonna go off to Japan. We gotta rebuild them anyway. We might as well profit from that. Boom, they over there. And the Japanese said, okay, we gonna do what you say. Yep. While they said, you see how they doing this? Okay. Now we know how to build cars. So then you can understand why they are so territorial about the information, because they know what can happen. But there's a lot of information out there. Y'all just got to figure out where to get the information from. Y'all got brilliant, amazing people there who could figure out anything.
Know what? That's a good point. Sorry to interrupt, but that's a good point you put, to be territorial with the information. I think that we are just too free with it. And with the information as well, with the imaging, I think it will have to be something more more quiet, more subtle, because going against the big machine that's out there, you're going against a behemoth. So I think it would be something that has to be done, quietly, individually, like with, smaller networks, and not. But you know what I'm talking about. So,
because that's the first thing in business. Business is not going to tell you everything until it's, it's ready to show everyone. Because again, like, somebody see what you're doing, they're going to snatch it and they're going to replicate it, and then they're going to bring it back to you. So of course you have to keep everything and know the players that you're playing, and even in the way business runs here, you don't have everybody on one team. One team may be over there that's doing one piece of it, another player is over there who does the other piece, a third player is over here and do this other piece of it, while the people who are in know of all the schematics of it, who they could trust, has all the components, so then they know how to bring it all together. So no one entity knows all the pieces, but the people that they can trust knows how to put it all together. So if you have information, the information's not useful because you don't know what to do with the information you have. You know how to make it work, but you don't know what the reason why it was working the way it was working.
I think I'm looking at from if you ever been within a project, and they are project managers, program manager, director, VP, and all that. And when it comes to trickle down individual contributor, project manager, he's only going to do that. He just contribute to what specific that's been given. The way I look at in Africa, there are a lot of brilliant, like you said, a lot of brilliant scientists and economists and designers, and the only thing is they're not interconnecting themselves with the future projects because they're so busy with this little project that they have, and they're deploying this massive manpower. But again, not being able to show them the big picture.
Okay.
I see that weakness. Africa in general, we want this to have this one Africa, this genuine, loving, peace-loving continent, and prosper through what's been naturally given to us, through our education system, through everything that we experience, life experience, and all that. It's not funneling through to build a bigger thing, because there's a connectivity issue. It's like what the government's saying, what the people understand is totally different. How can we close that gap when it comes to this really being creative and better Africa as a whole? How do you see that?
Well, that's a tricky scenario, and I think it's a scenario that people face all over the world. If I'm an expert at this technique, a lot of people are fearful of sharing that information out because they always feel like, I'm eliminating myself. And I think people need to get away from that. If you share with the youth who have the inspiration, I don't feel like being up here 8 hours a day doing this one little piece, but he's inspired. I could get him to do this for 12 hours. He's just happy if I bring him a sandwich. Okay, go at it. And then the youth may have something or discover something that can be extremely innovative. And I just take that as an example. There's a student in one of the local schools, and he came up with a technique, 10th grader, on how to do a suture. Did not everybody at that hospital come over to him to ask him, hey, how you do that? So their minds are they don't have the curse of the us older people have, where we feel like, oh, it can't be done, nah, this is just meant for somebody else to do, or is you bought into the system, it's been this way forever. They don't have all those barriers, so we have to go to them to say, fly with it, show me something better. And I can show you this, because we have that knowledge of, okay, if you do this and this and this, this can happen. So what are your alternatives? So it really should work in unison. But a lot of times, people are just afraid.
I think it comes down to the old fashioned, where if you have a knowledge, right, and you accelerate toward the product, right, and people that are under, they kind of limited to the resource that he provides them, right. This was about, maybe I'll say, in the 70s. So, nobody want to share, but now we got a full network. If you ever notice, even the YouTube community is putting out a lot of information on how do it yourself, and a lot of information that's out there now is shared freely, through people that are really want to help people. So it shows me there's this one thing, as being humanity in general, uh, coming forward, sharing information very easily. Like the mechanic is sharing his idea how to change tire, how to change certain parts. The doctor tells you certain things that you have to adhere for your better health and all that. All this information is being given lately. Oops, lost BJ, I guess. All this information is being given out there across. It's just how to harness our African brothers and sisters that are in the continent and look forward the entrepreneurial side of the house and how you can benefit. It can be infrastructures on roadways. It can be the again, one of them is telecommunication. Uh, that is really doesn't need road. It's just interconnect people. But at the same time, if you got a road that's going to benefit from one end to another, now it's being shared out there. There are very basic things that's being shared, and our African community might take advantage of it on a few, and some of them don't because they don't know where to get the information. What do you think, Tanzan?
Yes, I do agree with the importance of education, and we also have to make it useful for the youth, because we are telling them about the importance of getting an education, but if we don't prepare them for the benefits of them, that won't really work out. For me, and this is why I was hoping the sister would stay a bit longer so we can talk about the diaspora, because we talk about Africa like a microcosm. There's two things. Firstly, we have to travel within the continent. We have to go and find opportunities within the continent. Maybe, you're in, let's say in Togo, and you want to find somewhere with a tech, and maybe you have to go to, let's say, the Congo for that information, or to Nigeria or South Africa or the Central African Republic. So we should firstly make it easier for our people, especially the young people, to travel and study, and for the teachers to be able to teach anywhere. I think they should be across country education system, and that one shouldn't need a lot of either money or just a bit of organization. You have teachers from one school go to another school, like a sister school, and then they exchange teachers and students and so on. Just the experience of being with a different group of Africans also expands one's mind and see opportunities. Oh, sorry, you saying something?
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so that's the first priority, is just us exchanging ideas and people, resources amongst ourselves, especially in the education system. So that would be the first one. The second one would be to do the same on a global basis, to have Caribbean students and Black American students, diaspora students coming in, and then sending people, university exchange system. And just one university, let's say University of Dar es Salaam and University of I don't know, Massachusetts or something. So that's also a good way to create, because a lot of our misunderstandings is usually just due to ignorance, and not ignorance that foolishness, but just people just don't know. Most people just don't know about each other. So that for me would be a first step in creating those bonds. And then the second one would be in business. We have the resources, but unfortunately, we have people who take advantage. So if you had people, especially diaspora, who really do care about the continent, and they have some more investment because the capital and all those is out here and the resources are back there, connecting those two together would be another great start to that relationship. So that's my thought on that.
Yeah, and when I look at the there's one quote that I said earlier, is that you're African because Africa is born in you. I find it very powerful from the ambassador that quoted that, and there is a lot of things that comes as African. Uh, it's the opportunity, uh, the interconnection of the diaspora and as well in the continent. And BJ clearly put all the examples, and I'm very grateful that she joined me today and put us some highlight on certain things that we need to be able to do. Uh, as Africans in the continent, we have a lot of brilliant people, a lot of people that have graduated from different fields, not being able to secure their jobs or being able to create a job within their fields. And I think there will be an entrepreneur side of the house with Dr. Ebenezer that's upcoming, and I'll put some input into it. I just want to put that on the back just to make sure that everybody follows certain project that we have ongoing and have those discussions. When I look at the connectivity between East Africa, West Africa, South Africa, North Africa, a lot of things are kind of, we need somebody that really can do an analysis when it comes to interconnecting African. Like you brought the student exchange kind of program, going from one African country, city to another one, or on the farming area, if you're going to be in the agriculture, education, the same thing. And being able to really putting uh, people together and understand each other's cultures and where we come from, and get to know each other just the way we're doing it in this platform, getting to know each other, because uh, we cannot go forward without knowing each other. Really, this is a platform that is an opportunity for all Africans to speak and to put their voice out. And it can be any trade that we can discuss about that can benefit Africa, because Africa is still green. Africa is still green. We have a lot of mega projects that's going on, and at the same time, there's still a lack of all these people that been uh, educated and to be part of the economy are still not employed because of lack of creativity of jobs. And that, I think, diaspora will be one key holder to hold hand and advise this new entrepreneur, this new job skill, and work with it. What do you think, Tanzan?
Yes, I think we have a lot to teach each other and to offer each other. One of the things that we have is the experiences you have, even traveling abroad, meeting different people. I don't know if it was you or someone else who was talking about how he went back and he showed this man, the local man, how to put the hoods like a covering on the dashboard so that it wouldn't get overheated. And then this man went and started a business where he would. Do you remember the story?
No, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Sorry, then it wasn't you. Um, so he came back here and he saw that the sun was really burning down and destroying the dashboard covers. And he showed them how to put like a leather cover on it and to actually save the dashboard.
Yes. Yes.
So, there's a lot, even for me, something else, we can take from here and take is customer service. There's a lot that's lacking in customer service in Africa that sometimes we miss out on business. So, and then, in Africa, they can show the hospitality, the food, the warmth, not rituals, but, the practices that come with certain kinds of food and so on. But for me, the biggest resource that the diaspora have is in terms of capital. The diaspora, they want to invest, in Africa. They want to put their money somewhere where they can retire, a lot of them, or they can visit for those who have been here longer. So Africa offers that. The risk with it is, losing your money, not getting back your returns and so on, and, the whole process. But I think that the biggest thing that Africa can get from the diaspora right now is the resources and the investment. And the biggest thing that Africa can offer right now is the land, the agriculture, because everybody right now, the world is going to be looking for food. The world is going to go into a very tight, feed. And if you can feed yourself, you're going to be at least one over quite a lot of people. So, yes.
And I'll tell you one thing, back to my story, right? When I did the teaching about it, I never looked at it how much information that I get given. Where
it was you?
Yeah, it was me.
Oh, okay. Yes, I remember that story. Yes, that was really,
And the impact, I actually, coming to think about it, and how I ended up into getting this, put it a training. In my past, I was a mechanic since I was 12, and I was specifically transmission specialist on Renault Fords, which is a French car. And there's writings in it, and nobody reads it, okay? And everybody mess up if you don't follow the direction. And every time those cars goes out, they will come back guaranteed after 3 months because they will lose that gear if you don't place it right. So I've done so many things that I never thought it would be a great impact. And I think a lot of us have done so many things that you didn't look at it from the capitalist mind or integration to help other society in order to benefit their or improve their way of life. So when I looked at it now, basically we're talking about export import at one point in our discussions. And basically when I taught this person how to do this, what I did was it's a local exchange. We don't have to spend any money to import those materials. Those materials were made, they're in front of you, they're in-house. So that means I saved a lot of money from bringing an import, the same dashboard that's going to be prefabricated, and most of the material probably came from Africa. Okay, it's just they put it together. Okay, and then it's all back to you. So I look at it from a really saving costs and creating jobs. And all the upholstery, I'm pretty sure now by now they're integrated, and everybody's doing the same thing. And Africa is known to use products and recycling them in different ways. We got a lot of entrepreneurs out there. So that mind and attitude, and coming from a diaspora, I say, hey, listen, they could do that, and they can do this, and let's. And I walk them through the process where I can get wholesale deal. So the wholesale deal itself is a saving for the person that's going to be doing the product. So there's a lot of information behind it, but I never, you know, uh, I'll probably bring a program on my next diaspora and what kind of impact it does as an example of that. And there are other African brothers and sisters that really threw things out there and help a community. Nothing has been mentioned about it. So Africa should limit the export, I mean the import. If they export, do not buy back the same thing that they exported. You're just going to have to learn and say, hey, wait a minute, they were able to use that and process it. Why don't I process it for me in the continent? That's the attitude we have to teach our entrepreneurs, our African brothers that are in that same uh, venture, and help them out that how they can get it done. Maybe they might need some equipment or some industrial equipment that they need if it is a mass distribution. And one of the things that I look at is the battery making. You know, the batteries. You know, the cobalt is coming up from Africa, and then it's sold back to you. Why don't we manufacture it ourselves? You know, these are the key tickets where we can do the uh, customer satisfaction. It's local, it's cheaper. You don't have to spend all this foreign currency because everybody, I see a lot of African countries, or all, in fact, all the African countries are trying to get hard currency. And that's why they have been exporting heavily on the resources. It's how we can use that same thing that's been built. Why is it Africa cannot benefit by making and manufacturing the same material using the same raw material that's coming out from Africa? This is what the question is. The question is, are you willing? You know, when I hire a person, there are two things. Okay, are you willing to learn? Okay, are you able to work it? Because in my environment and my responsibility is to provide you a safe and healthy place to work in so you can come back to work tomorrow. This attitude should be across Africa, in fact, across the world. As a manager, as an entrepreneur, whatever that you may have, you have to give the safety and health environment. And that is not really across. I've seen so many other atrocity that happened. One of the Japanese guy that was, I mean, a Chinese guy that been lynching and tying down an African, and that was the news this week. You know why? You know, because he's an African. He came in from China. You have the right to do this atrocity. It's not allowed. Okay, but it did happen in Africa. It is the way they look at us. A lot of the working uh, class that comes in from China, some of them comes from the prison, light sentences. So you work in this project, you'll be okay, rather than being stuffed in the prison. So China has been distributing this kind of people. So whatever that comes in my country, in my continent, we're gonna vet them just like anybody else. He has a criminal record. Why should I have a criminal coming into my house, regardless of whatever his situation is? Yeah, would I give him an opportunity? Yeah, as long as you behave and work according to the rule of laws in the country. But do you see this kind of thing happening over and over? And that they're not exposed enough. But there's a lot of atrocity that's going on even when the Chinese comes in and trying to put their infrastructure and all that. So in short, I think there's a lot of entrepreneurs worldwide that in diaspora, and we have a lot of new graduates that really want to get involved in the curriculum. So we need to make sure people get engaged, and this is where the platform is today. All right, Tanzan, your comment. It's a lot of things that I said. So.
Oh yes, yes, and I see a lot also going on in the comment section, but no, I agree with you. We do have a lot to teach each other, especially going back. Our lack of resources is one thing, but with the education, with the with the young people, like you said, I think we should give them the opportunities to exercise their skills and talents. We have to give them encourage them to venture out into business. It's risky, you might fail a couple of times, like BJ said, but you still have to try. So well, for the young people especially, we should give them that spirit of entrepreneurship and being able to take advantage of the skills, whichever skills that they have. And I think our people are willing to learn. Sometimes there are stubborn people who are, stuck in their ways, but a lot of people, even you see how hungry they are for information coming from abroad, or, how they are, aware of international politics and so on. So there's a need for knowledge. The ignorance is it might have been deliberate, but you can see that people are trying to step out of it. So just like the young man you help. Unfortunately, something also that we don't do as much, we really don't celebrate our heroes. For other people, they almost deify their heroes. This person fought for our freedom, and this person did this, and so on and so forth. We just barely make passing references to people who brought us here, even the ones we know and even the ones that we don't know, and even the ones that we know in real life, the people who are daily just doing acts of kindness and being there, and people who are helping children, opening orphanages, but we wait for a celebrity to do so. And yet there are people who, I just read a story about this Nigerian, I heard about it, about this Nigerian couple who their child had jaundice, and they developed and there was electrical problems that prevented the hospital from performing the services. So they developed a solar-powered machine that could be taken anywhere and could be used, and it's far cheaper than what they were importing that was using electricity. And I thought that was, that kind of spirit is just amazing. There was a Zimbabwean young man who invented I think an electricity-free television, something like that. I'm not sure, but it was something. It was like a television that didn't need to use electricity. I'll have to look more into that. But we have all these great ideas, and we don't connect the people with the money with the people with the ideas. And somebody might have a great idea, but they're not so good in business. And guess what? Somebody who's good in business is going to come snatch that idea and call it their own. So yeah, so sorry if I got off topic for a second, but yeah.
You're good. You're good. Because yes, that's things that rolls on when it comes to Africa. See, it's just we know even our times, sometimes when we talk about a subject and it goes in expansion, and you're right on track. I mean, there's something that is relevant to our discussion. Because we have so much window of it, and you and I, Tanzania, and when we had the discussion with Tanaja and the military and everything else, we were off air, and we still did not finish talking about what we need to talk about.
We could have gone on for days.
Yeah, because the African continent history. We're just nicking just a little tiny bit of it, and yet it covers the whole Africa. All these topics that we discuss on this medium, it touches across Africa. It's just that we just begin to put that realization, and having this conversation itself, it has a great impact, and you can see on the comments. And every day on the comment, there's no comment that you can throw away. None. It's an engagement. People are engaged. They want to know. They want to learn and contribute to the fact. So, Tanzan, by any means, you never be off topics for it because this is a diaspora topic, and at the same time, in diaspora, what we see within the area that we live in, abroad from Africa, and looking what Africa can have. And when you see things that's happening, you just scratch your head and say, like, is there anything I can do? You know, because again, that word is very important. You're African because Africa is born in you. It's your blood. It's in your DNA. It's inside. You can be really dragged around, pay bills and being busy trying to settle certain things. But what's the end benefit? You as an African taking from Africa for any opportunity to find another opportunity, and you become just like the sugar can. I always said they're gonna chew you in, suck all the sugar, and at the end, you just become just a part of the brush. It's something that uh, African has to think about before you really make the move and move out to different countries and rethink which way you going. Okay, I don't want to see any African, no matter what, migrate to the nearest African land and everything situation settled, go back. The bad thing is that in that norm, we're losing a lot of brains, a lot of contributors within Africa because they might be young as 10, but he might be the leader of Africa, the next African leader, that he's going through this journey and he will have a good experience, but the risk that he goes through is very notable, and you've seen it, both capsizing, getting uh, wild animals, and name it. Things happens to you on that journey. So again, this topics, from the diaspora and the diaspora discussion is how fast can we plug in and make it efficient for Africans alive, how they can live a peaceful, loving life. Because in general, Africans were very peaceful and loving people. Our respect starts from the young to the eldest. Our training to respect is there is genuine. And in fact, when you look at even the diaspora world, we try to teach them, our children, we teach them how is it get done in Africa. And even when you come to the Black African Americans, the discipline, still you see that is African. It's still there. The family love, the care. Even BJ Briggs brought it. She brought that information because it's very important. Because that doesn't change our respect to one another. Now, in that respect, is how we can help our brothers and sisters in Africa, those that are really struggling, and how we can tap into that. How many people can I sponsor myself, you, Tanzan, in the same field that I am, and to give them progressive and being able to be independent and entrepreneurs? And how can we have this kind of dashboard where you pick and choose? You learn nursing, okay, pick on nursing. And then you have all this list of people that can help you in your venture. Okay, you're a businessman, you're a tradesman. You just go into business and pick your. It's like we should have this available to the African brothers and sisters from the diaspora world. and register yourself, and use 5% of your knowledge. Not much, 5%. That is important as a contribution. The knowledge is priceless because you're helping and holding hands. Louis Farrakhan had 1 million men march. In that march, there was a lot of information that's being put out there. And there were over 25,000 people willing to adopt a Black African American into their homes. Just like that, on one walk. So can you imagine how much we can put together as a whole 1.3 billion people that we have? If you reach 2%, that's a lot of number. For us right now on this One Africa platform, what I want to see is I want the whole Africa to be part of this venture, part of One Africa movement. And it's not a movement anymore because we're actively working. There's a lot of work that's behind the scenes that we're trying to achieve. And this is where it comes. Be first to be part of the family. And the contribution that you put, even your wisdom, your words, is very important. Because we live in diaspora world. You just want to be, you don't want to be just a simple sugar can and you're out of sugar and being thrown away. Before that, you put your 5% of your knowledge, any kids that you have in there, and help them out. Anything. In fact, when you go to the science, a lot of top-heavy hitters in the science, and including the rocket engineers and all that, are Africans. The telecommunication, the patent office, they're Africans. We have a lot of Africans that are in that program. In fact, the first generations. Not something that's going to be second, third generation. It's just the first generation. So we got a lot of people out there that can help us into harnessing Africa with the education and accelerating in every network that you can think of and being able to benefit. And that's the key that I want to establish. Tanzan is yours.
Oh, yes. Yes, I definitely agree. I think we should connect people. We should connect the people who do things, the people who have the information with the people who are seeking it. And people say, talk, but talk is the first step to action. And knowing something, because it's not that the problem right now is not that there's not information. Anybody can find anything on the internet, but there's too much information and there's no direction. So the organization, and you're very right that we are great as people. That's why I don't, people say, oh, we can't do this, we can't do this. Those are defeatist people. We have seen individual Africans from everywhere do incredible things with very little. The fact that we can do so much with so little just proves how great we are. So individually, we are great. Our problem is we have not come and we don't have even an organization that represents the diaspora. I know there's the one, and Dr. Arika, yeah, she represents it, but it doesn't represent, it's not as unified and as strong as it needs to be. So we have great people, we just haven't gotten them together. But that's what we're working towards. Somebody could have money and they want to invest, but they have no idea how they want to do it, especially when it comes to investment. It's a reality that firstly, you cannot be an economy that's isolated. You have to trade with your neighbors. You have to trade with, other people. You have to trade globally. But it would be good if you traded with a strong negotiating hand. We can't just go right now. We're just being told what to do, really. We're not even going there trying to get anything. But if we traded with people that you can trade on equal grounds with, people who have a common interest, and I think Africa has not taken advantage of the diaspora in terms of resources as they should. There's a lot of people who want to go to Africa and trade, you know, and one thing that Africa offers, that, like you said, is that environment, that respect, that love that we had, you know, before everything started, and we still have it. There are places, so many places everywhere in Africa you go, it's just peaceful. We should advertise that for people in the world who are seeking peace. Peace is a valuable thing. We take it for granted sometimes, but people are seeking peace. Those tourists, they're not just there to look at animals, they're there to feel the beauty and nature and peace of Africa. So if we can offer that to other tourists, we should also offer them to, especially the diaspora who have been here, who are forced to live. They should be welcome to come and stay and invest and do business and plan and all of that stuff. We have a lot also to teach. So yeah.
Absolutely. You know, one of the beauty that Mika said, you know, when he went to Ethiopia, and one of the things he said, he went from Tanzania to Ethiopia, and he said, "Oh, it's all black. It's all my brothers. You don't feel strange. It's not like he went to Korea. He's one of the few."
Yes. Yes. Biggie, take some time to look at the comments so we don't leave them hanging. I know some was probably.
I'm just looking at it, and
okay.
We're talking about Starbucks, and then I'm from the coffee region, and where Starbucks tried to get a land and trying to market it from Starbucks from Ethiopia. It didn't work. It's not going to work because we're not going to let you relabel it again. When we sell you the coffee, it's going to be made in Ethiopia. It's going to be Ethiopian Sidamo Kafa and all that. So coffee is the main, when the coffee is known because of Ethiopia, because it was Ethiopian product to begin with. And so and when you have this big giant that's trying to really intimidate us, they got the money, they can really buy our thing. No, it's not going to work. And the fact that they say no to it, I'm so glad. We can sell you the material. I mean, we can sell you the coffee, but it's going to be still labeled Kappa, and the Sidamo region is going to be made in Ethiopia. It's an Ethiopian product, and we're selling a lot of things that they marketing it. So I'm looking at it. So I was going to catch up with that because there was a lot of coffee been talking, from BJ, for example. There was a few comments that she put in, but again, it went to the conversation of the allegiance of to the commanders when it comes to the militaries that are in Africa. And I'll tell you one thing. When I think this is, correct me if I'm wrong. This is my opinion. Okay, a Black African American or African in general, when he comes to Africa, it's really home. It's you probably try to learn the culture and everything else, but other than that, in your skin, you're comfortable. It's home. It's a natural exercise. Am I right or wrong, Tanzania? Tanzania.
You're correct. You're absolutely 100% correct. And there have been experiences, people have direct experiences, they have come, they have said how wonderful it is. There are one or two people who say something, but for the most part, everybody who comes goes back feeling, a certain wonderful kind of way. So we are an accepting people. We are very hospitable people. It's not just, towards outsiders. Naturally, just by ourselves in our natural state, we do love each other. We do, accept people, and our pride is in hospitality. When you give everything to somebody and you welcome them and they feel refreshed and full and happy, that's a beautiful thing to us, So, yeah, we welcome you home. Yes.
Yes, and the beauty of it is we need more of the diaspora world uh, to come and visit. Pick any part of the nation in the continent, and even for just your 1 week or weekender, um, just pick a land in the continent and just visit. I think this visit, the minute that you start landing, before you're landing, there's this heavy burden in you that just clear. You are really truly opened. It's a vacation, but it's a different vacation. It's a spiritual vacation. It's a journey overdue. And when you land, and what you see is what you get: pure love, welcoming, and hospitality is just incredible. Even within the lands, okay, there's nowhere in the West that you're gonna find that they're gonna tell you, "Oh, it's dark now. I cannot go anywhere." They will tell you, "Come on in. This is God house." You see what I mean? They will tell you, "Come on in," and you spend the night in their huts. There's no reservation because you don't have anywhere to go. So they're not gonna leave you out there because we've got some wild animals in Africa. So that means they're not gonna leave you out for wild animals. They welcome you, and this is what my experience are. Through the whole process, Africa welcome anybody, and specifically for the one that are from the continent or descendant from the continent, you feel like home. It's like there one comedy that Eddie Murphy did, and he said he landed at some point in Africa, and he said the beauty is everybody look like me. He's no stranger. He's not walking in Hollywood. He just said, "Damn, everybody look like me. I'm home." He said, "That's home." This is in the '80s, okay, when he made that comment. So I think we need to really we got to show diasporas and
We
any
do.
African descent
We
what
do.
Africa is about. It's not just about giving them discount. It's not, the last mission that Dr. Abiy did, he just invited 1 million Ethiopians to come home. And guess what? They responded and they all showed up. So I'm talking about 10 million Africans that I invite you. Pick a land anywhere in Africa. And if you don't know much, believe me, you can email us and we'll make sure that somebody's going to contact you because there's a lot of information out there that you can come home and visit. That right there will give you an idea where Africa stands right now. And from that idea, the fact I'm guaranteed any diaspora that went back home uh, had an attitude, the way things are functioning in there, they might be slow, it's not connected, you might have this. Be patient. Be patient. There's a way things runs in Africa. They're a little bit slower, maybe a little bit of bureaucracy in there. Please do not let that deter you. It's Africa, and there's a lot of things are not interconnected. They're not easy to connect, and the patient and for you having that understanding, and it can contribute in that missing link. That's what makes Africa a better place. It contributes just a little tiny. Like I said, If you contribute 5% of your knowledge, all diasporas, on any field that you are involved in, and you put it toward Africa, Africa would be a better place because Africa is born in you. That's why you concern. That's why you're going to look at us in this platforms. There are different African platforms. There are political platforms. There are other different platforms, and at the same time, the unity itself from all these different platforms, and promoting Africa as the motherland that is born in you, and that makes you African. This is my take for
Yes.
understanding. Okay, Sam. I'm just gonna read the.
To Africans. Okay,
I'm reading. Yeah, Sam is going on that. We talked about the customer service. So, improving customer service is on easy discipline to teach that has massive impact. Absolutely. I just want to pick on that one. When that's for especially that's for going back home and having the customer service is like, there's no salt. Oh, you know what? If you don't, we put enough salt in there. It's just their palate. There's a comment, comment like that. I know, Sam. Um, Sometimes the expectation of the customer service throughout Africa, in general, uh, I had an experience. So, I asked some some tips, and I said, "Excuse me, sir. Usually got the it used to be. I mean, before I left, it was 25 million people. Now 110 million, and they used to have a little salt and pepper on your table. So now the pepper you might get it, but the salt was like not in the table. You're gonna have to ask for it. And I'm not, really into salt. Really, for me, I can really enjoy the true food of it without the salt. I can have just a little, but this one has no salt whatsoever. So I just said, you know what? Excuse me, can I have some salt? And the guy looked at me. He goes, "No, we put enough salt in it. It must be your palate." He said to
Wow. You say that?
yeah. and then and then I'm not gonna I don't get into argument. I said, yeah, my palate might be wrong. I don't feel the salt. Can you bring me any salt anyway? Oh, we're out of it.
Out
So
of salt of all the
out of
things.
salt. So
At
it's
that
out of
point,
salt.
I'm out.
That was the bottom line. You cannot show for it. You could have just came forward and said, "Oh, sorry, sir, we're just out of salt." But at the same time, he wants to maintain the customer satisfaction, but he just caught into different things. So if he said, we're out of salt, be aware, it would have been something. But he just said, hey, we're out of salt. So there are a lot of commodities and stuff that you might not get easy. But again, when it comes to the customer service, also, one, we're welcoming. That
Yes, and that's the
that I cannot
conflict right there, because we are naturally very friendly, hospitable, and yet we're just terrible at customer service. Because here's the thing: customer service requires hospitality. You have to feel it. It's warmth. You feel it from your heart. But customer service is just following a script and rules and things like that. So you don't have to have your heart in it. And I think that's where is the disconnect. That this is just your job. You just have to be good. The customer is right, and it's not your feelings. You're just here to work. And
you gotta work with what you have, and this happened actually in one of the big hotels, and I'm like, okay, I take it, I told him you should have told me that before you even served me the food, right? And he goes, oh, we want to have you here, thank you for coming, and I can get you some salt though, and, it just went to a different conversation, but again, just a simple example. And sometimes when you're at Diaspora also, I was in a line to get my driver license renewed. Okay, and everybody knows about DMV, Department of Motor Vehicle.
Yes, but I have to say in their defense, they're getting much better nowadays. They have really stepped it up. I'm not in their
And
page.
I mean, believe me, it's everywhere. I think it's, if you talk about cabs, okay, taxi cabs, you're talking about DMV, they got similar things. Internationally, there's a problem.
Yes.
I mean, when you get to DMV, Department of Motor Vehicle, whether you're gonna get your driver license, whether you're gonna get your tags, and they call it BOLO, which is the state inspection, all that is, even in the worst world, still have a problem with it. Still,
Yes.
because the fact that you have to go to emissions, you got to go this and safety, and
It's
you
a
got to go through
process.
all these process.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like going, no, Africa is not behind. It's just happen in one hub. Your emission, your things happen the same thing, and then I mean, because we don't realize that. When you come in as a diaspora, you don't realize that you have to go through different stations in order to be approved, and then you're gonna have to go to the DMV in order to say, "Oh, you should have got that." It's all automated. But the
Yes.
DMV is in Africa, everything happened in there. So now you have a process issue. Okay, you'll be standing in line. I don't know how many hours, right? You're still waiting and waiting. So what you're waiting is for the signature. Okay, after before the signature, actually, you got to get the tax uh, stamps. So the guy in the tax stamps already taxed you. He put his stamps, and then you take it to another line to make sure that that thing is signed in. While the guy can stamp it and sign it at the same time. Okay, but again, it's job creation. It's the job. You're responsible. The guy with the stamp is really the treasury. As the cashier, but he doesn't authorize everything. He just proclaimed that you paid, and then you got to go back in there. So on top of that, uh, after you wait in line, and then suddenly the line stopped, I'd say, what happened? And then the next thing I know is, oh, somebody came in from, from abroad or something, somewhere from the provinces, and his family member. The guy left his post to greet him. I'm like, what? I thought it's supposed to work. So from the diaspora aspect of it, would like going, when you work, I don't have my sister, my daughter, my wife coming visiting me in my
They have
office.
full-on
Well, I'm gonna stop.
conversations
Well,
while you
I'm
wait.
gonna stop. Yeah, and I'm gonna stop everything. And I have people in line, that expected my services, and then they will announce. They said, "Oh, he's gonna go on a tea break." I'm like,
Do
now
you
that
not just hate those tea breaks? Oh my goodness. Once a tea break is announced, just get comfortable, relax, and you're just going to be there for a while.
that's right. Sam with the customer service. So much. And this is just this DMV issue is international issue. I mean, internationally, I don't care how good they can be at it, but at the same time, it's just a major issue. A major issue. It's international. So I think I would advise all African brothers and sisters how to simplify the DMV process. There's a lot of people in line every day. Every day. Somebody is near expiration, he's got to be there at the last minute. Something that it can be, this is for all the entrepreneurs that are out there that can simplify this work, that can do a lot of things. There's for the mission here in Virginia, we have, since I live in Virginia, we have this company instead of having a station and getting your emission done, they have this emission reader on the exits or entrance of a highway. So whenever you enter the highway, of course, you're going to accelerate. So it reads the carbon dioxide that you're emitting, and it calculates it, and then boom, it will give you the option to go online and say, okay, he already read it, so I don't have to go to the nearest station. So it's something that they became creative into simplifying, hey, while I'm driving, my mission is red. Hey, so be it. So the next thing I know, if I pay these guys, the DMV or the Department of Vehicle will get that information. And now I don't have to go to a station. So that simplify the wasted, because when you go to those stations, you're going to have to be in line again. So Africa, not bad. When it comes to DMV, not bad, because everything is housed in one. Everything passes in one. But it's just the lines, they can increase depending on the day and month that you're going to go through. So customer service, I would say on that aspect of it, they can improve. Entrepreneurs, you can do so many creative ways to simplify how people can get their cars registered, and driver license can be administered, because now the in fact the teacher that teach you well how to drive is the one that's responsible to give you a driver license if you are worthy of driver license. And not just his signature, oh yeah, he can drive. Now you're going to take it to DMV. But he can give you that as a temporary information, take a picture, get it done, and move on. That's one of my diaspora input on this.
Yes.
And overall,
right.
overall the customer service when it comes to resorts and stuff like that, they're good. I mean, they're very welcoming, and in fact, the management in these resorts is spending a lot of money to create those resorts. So when it comes to the customer service, they're very aware on how to handle those things, especially resorts and hotels. Now they're improving a lot.
Yes, I agree. We have a little to learn about that, because also it's customer service improves with expectation. I think we also look at it more critically because we used to a certain kind of customer service. Maybe the people there might not see it as somewhat rude if there's no salt today and so on. They might, or they might brush it off, but once they see the level of service that is available, then they'll know also what to expect, and that will also improve standards, because the expectation is also when you come from outside, it's a certain way of doing things where it's more streamlined, and yeah. So I think.
Yeah, and
Go ahead.
on that, on the customer service again, to add is I'll put it in the category the price of non-conformance. You can take that on any job, okay, and always gonna get you in front of a customer. The price of non-conformance is more pricey than conforming. Okay, so now if you're not conforming, that you're gonna spend more time and money retraining people. Okay, and that is a huge chunk from the profit. Okay, now because if you're not conforming, definitely if you're not right the first time, these are the things that goes along with that, and something that you thought is right, and you are ready to launch it, then now you have so many other problems that follows through it because you didn't do it right the first time, and that comes into the price of non-conformance, and that eats up on your profit. And a lot of entrepreneurs, you should think about that. You're out there, uh, the price of non-conformance is high than the conformance or being right the first time. So I put that out there for a lot of entrepreneurs that are out there to really what you're planning to do, is it up to par? And you have every line connected. As a dashboard, I've been in through a lot of excellence classes and stuff, leadership, and we see a lot of problem. Uh, the training was not done properly or was not adequate, and then the failure uh, of the final product, to identify where it failed is very, very hard to determine. Now you have time and labor that's added to it, so your profit kind of goes on the margin, and then people start going, oh, I thought I was going to make this much. Yeah, you thought, but you spent so much time troubleshooting and trying to figure out what the problem is. So if you do anything, just have a dry run, see how it goes, and where you think you might have a failure, and that is really having a deep analytical problem solving mind to be added to it. That's why you got a lot of people that are representing specific individual contribution that goes along with it. Yeah,
Yes.
BJ. Yeah, you're right. It would be a snowball effect. Yep.
Mhm. And you say the price of like the negative side
Nonconformist.
of non-conformity. Yes. And also, on the other hand, the positive is the benefits of conformity. It is, it will do wonders, not just for the company, but for the economy. And just, we like to put cases out there. It's not one-to-one, but we can take examples like India. India, they had customer service, and the reason why India was in a better position is because they spoke English as opposed to many of their neighbors. And even English is not that much well spoken in India, but it's still more than in the other countries. So they got that customer service angle, and they translated that into the IT tech industry, which now they are actually thriving in. So customer service is just the first way, even if it's telephone, even if it's just regular business, hospitality, the whole hospitality business is now, customer service to make orders, to bookings, all of that. You interact with somebody either online or on the phone. So we might be turning away a lot of business just because of our attitude. And even within the diaspora, you have sometimes, if you're talking to somebody and they say something or they're rude, the probability of you doing business with them is very small. So this also affects even your customers, your business, and so on. But if somebody, you have a positive experience, you go and tell somebody, and it spreads, and that's how it starts. The other thing that I would love to say is also, when it comes to the diaspora, not just in attracting in business investment, that's one thing, improving our customer service, but also in welcoming them. When you're saying, we're very welcoming, and when they're coming here, we're welcoming them home. But I think we haven't done enough in that aspect, in actually inviting them. We are welcoming, but we haven't really invited them, formally. I think Ghana is the only country, Ghana and a few other countries, they did tell the diasporans to come and so on. But we should also extend that formal invitation to come, not so for us to start, this exchange, this formal exchange of ideas and trade and all this wonderful stuff. So and kudos to the Ethiopian president for actually inviting back the diaspora, and diaspora is, there are so many different kinds, but he actually made that effort to acknowledge and invite them back. So kudos to him. Yeah.
I think this should be across Africa. This invitation
Yes.
has it should be on all the continent. We have to have a mission. If each nations invite the natives to come home, I think if we do this by next Christmas or the end of the year, that's when everybody kind of tend to take vacation. We want to invite all Africans to go home, visit home, So we're April. Okay, I put this in advance. We're April, and you got. I'll give you 6 months to really plan it. Okay, that brings you to October, and I invite all African Americans in the diaspora to visit, and even if you think your root is African, I pick a country and make an impact. I invite you. Today is April 23rd. 6 months from now, save your time to spend time in the continent. Just 1 week, 2 weeks, and whatever that you need within what you pick as a country to visit. We'll make sure that you are really contacted directly through their tourism, and we'll start us as One Africa platform. We'll start putting those links to different countries, tourism ministers, and see how much impact we do. Like they said, 1 million men march. I'm telling you, 1 million each nation gathering. And believe me, my brothers, African Americans that went through a lot through your life, come and see home. I invite you. I invite you to make a great impact in the motherland. Africa is born in you. And those of you that listens, I strongly put that out there to visit Africa. And that's the only way you will understand the struggles and the way of life in Africa. That's when your 5% will kick in and you'll do anything to help another brother out there. Anything. You will be driven to think, and you have African born in you. So I invite you all. So you got 6 months, that gives you October, and the 2 months that you have to prepare for your venture in Africa. That'll be awesome. And I'm really gonna be putting this on every Saturday show, and make sure I invite anybody that's gonna be really readily blindfolded, just fly to Africa, and how you're gonna see Africa. You will be treated like royalty because you are, and it is an African duty. And that power and that much people moving toward Africa, it makes a great impact, and that shows your support to the continent. I invite all of you. I extend way beyond the Prime Minister Abiy, just not Ethiopia, but the whole Africa. And Africans out there, welcome all your brothers that come in to visit. Treat them well, like you always do, and show them all the informations, because information is a very important thing. Just make sure you treat them well. Tanzan, that's my invitation now, extended from the
Wonderful.
Prime Minister.
Wonderful.
So it's a countdown, it's going to be a countdown. Just the
Yes.
fact you're visiting.
You're always the
You don't-
voice of reason. So that was an excellent invitation, and I support it. I can't add any more. You said it all, and you said it for people to treat our brothers well, be kind, be hospitable as you are. Yeah, just be who you are, and
Yep.
yeah, I can't say anymore. Just come and see, and you'll be changed. You'll come back, a different person, and you'll find your brothers and sisters. You'll eat wonderful food. You'll hear wonderful music, and it will be great.
And
So
one of the things that I'm going to be involved at is going to be the ambassadors for each nation. Our ambassadors to One Africa, representing each African nation. That's a hard work, and I'm gonna go online and just maybe have some cold, like a cold sale, you know, bringing people up and a representative, and this is something that's going to be within One Africa. I don't want to promise, but that's one thing that I want to work hard on, just to make sure we bring ambassadors of One Africa, and these are going to be representing the countries, and in the move of One Africa, we talked about unity and all that. Let's start there.
Yeah.
Show off your nation. Show what you have. Show what you really, people that are underground that can say this is happening. This is what we do. And that, I think, a representation. Of course, we got AU but at the same time, this is something that we're gonna create so they can be involved in the AU movement too, so they can put some voice. So this is the opportunity for all of us to help out Africa as a continent and make it great, because she's the mother of the world. Any Asian, European, name it, waste, whatever that you say, if you test your DNA, you are African. I guarantee you that. It will root you back to Africa. Whether you deny it or not deny it purposely, but your root is Africa. Those that are Africans and believe as Africans is because Africa is born in you. You are African. For those that denied it, those are the one that hits us back. It's like biting the hand that feeds you. You will realize, because we are the forefront right now to be as equal as any continent, because we're the greatest continent that mankind was born from. And you're all going to understand when it comes to the time of the equality of one block, one voice of the continent. It's happening, and it will be done. We have a lot to contribute. Not only the world is going to look into Africa, but you will be within Africa. Understand the source code. It's just like any software. You will download that code. You will understand it.
Africa is calling. Come home.
Come home. And I truly believe that everybody is aware that all Africans that are really within the DNA, blacks, or you have one drop of it, everybody got that drop. It's just some of them are in denial. When they figure out the truth, it's when you bring Africa voice. That's when you bring her efficiency, her motherly, loving, and caring. And all the skirmish, each other's war, will be done. Because we're talking about oneness. Yes, we're warriors when it comes adversary. Okay? But we should be one within our own. You have Africa in you. You're responsible. You're accountable. One, you should never bear arm against your African brothers and sisters. You have to protect our sisters, our daughters,
These are the future for Africa. I always emphasize that. Defend our sisters and daughters. They've been abused at a certain point. Stop the abuse. Empower them. Protect them. Let them excel to form the Africa that was before. As she moves forward, bring another African. Protect her. You're the line of defense for her. Africa needs the Africans for Africa. This is my deepest understanding how Africa can move forward. When we start protecting one another, that's when we start moving forward together.
Yes. And we are a big group of people. We're a big family, and we see each other everywhere. Even for us, when we leave Africa and then you come here and you see people who look like you, or you see people who look like people from the continent, you're like, oh wow, long lost. And then you know, remember you're not in Africa. So we are everywhere, and we have to realize that our reach goes everywhere on the continent and beyond. And getting together is only going to bring benefits to both of us. I think it's not we shouldn't look to, let's say, to the diaspora in a begging way, in a charitable way. And the diasporans, the ones going back, they shouldn't look at Africa as, oh, I'm going to help out. This is a partnership. We're all working together. We're all bringing our best to each other, and we're saying, this is what we have, and we appreciate what you have. So when Africans invite, we're not just looking, oh, we want your money, we want your money. No, your money is great and business is wonderful, but we also want you to experience what it is to be African, to experience what it is to be born in a country where people look like you, where you don't have to worry about, certain things, where you're just happy. There's land, you see nature as its wildest, at its best, at its most pristine. You see how the world can be if only we took care of it, if only we cared about each other and nature. You still see glimpses of what it means to be African, to all those customs that kept us alive, all that struggle, that resilience. You still see it even amongst the people today. People may struggle, but you still see a smile on their face. People might fight, but they will still come together and call each other brother. So we have a lot to offer each other. And for the Black Americans, what they have to offer us is their history and experience of dealing with direct assault. We have almost been shielded. We have also dealt, it's not like we were just living in innocence, but they have known the brunt, of it physically, and they still go through it. They have gone through experiences of resistance. They stand up for themselves. They have fought to be where they are. We may have survived, but they have fought and survived. So there are lessons to be learned on both sides. And for us also is the maintenance of our culture and our heritage, which is still something that we're fighting to keep. Who we are, our traditional values, our character, our hospitality, our respect for each other. Those are values that we also have to fight to maintain amidst the world as it is now. So yes, I'll hand it over to you.
Yeah, and there's a lot of things that in the process of the world trying to understand. They put sanctions. They put so many things on African land. Uh, they don't understand. They really sanctioning themselves. You Africa is not a nuclear power. Okay, uh, Africa is the way by design is to really make it scattered. Out of this scatter, here we are. We have the diaspora world. Okay, and diaspora means scattered, scattered to begin with. It's a Greek word. But again, we want to take advantage of being scattered and to be together. So it's like to gather.
Hey, Biggie,
Now,
just a quick question. Sorry to interrupt. But how much would you say is a flight to Africa from America? Just a range.
from the farther east that I know is 14 hours direct. Okay.
No, the price, how much?
Are you talking about if you really want to make an impact, you can really arrange with the airline that how many people coming in, and it can have it close to $1,100.
About 1,100, at most
Yes,
2,000.
and
Yeah,
you can
because
have it
mhm,
could start. I'm talking the east. Okay, so now
mhm,
if you come into the west, it's a lot shorter, so that
mhm,
gives you about $750.
mhm. Okay, you had it
Okay.
here. So
Yep.
because
And
somebody would,
and if you make advanced bookings, you will have a lot more discounts. And it's not
mhm.
just for the purpose of an advertisement that I'm not
Oh,
in
no, no,
any
not at
sense of
all.
shape.
That's why I asked you just
But
straight out.
they have a
So,
lot of airliners, that are offering. And I suggest, okay, to take an African airline. Take an African airline. That helps. Every bit of your pennies that you spend on your visit to Africa, use African airlines. There are a lot of airlines in here. That's another input that I want to share because
yes.
you added to the growth of Africa.
Mhm.
If you spend all your money in Africa, that's that's hope. The fact that you're coming home by millions, that that is hope for all Africans. They are supported. They feel comfortable. The promotion of coming from diaspora to Africa is the support that we're watching as diaspora. We're doing something about certain things. And the fact that you're going to land in the country, there are so many things that happens that you see for yourself and assess for yourself. That that right there, you understand what Africa goes through. There's so many things, diaspora might have it, very systematic, everything is in place. But you will realize that a lot of things that are not in place, they're not there. Some of them are not even formed. They're so scattered within the policies and the governments and people in different lifestyle. They're disconnected from the main road. Let it be international, local. There's a lot of disconnect. It's an opportunity for you to visit. It's an opportunity for Africans. It's an opportunity to show that you are interested. It's an opportunity that you are involved. I'm here now. The fact that you're here is 0.005%. I said 5% of your knowledge. All the scientists out there, all the people that are educated, they're running mega projects, billions of dollars. Can you imagine they spend 5% of their knowledge? I learned that through my father. When my father went back from the US and built certain legacy. And he established a treasury. And that, for me, I saw it, I experienced it, what a diaspora can do from my father. And for me, the same thing, 5%. Usually, maybe it's 100% for people, but for me, I look at it, oh, wait a minute, this could be done. Sometimes I shoot myself in my foot because I don't think I've done enough. But 5% of myself and understanding is at 200% to change something. So that compounded knowledge of 5%, it can be in any wide range. Like we talked about customer service, we talked about science, we talked about agriculture, we talk about any other healthcare, all that 5% of your knowledge, because it is a knowledge that you acquired during your years in diaspora life. So it's compacted. It's like a zip file, you know. When you unzip it, whatever you see it fit, you're going to fulfill that knowledge. It might not be the core of your knowledge, but the experiences of what you see the lack of it and distributing that wealth of intelligence is what makes Africa. And we all do the same thing. We all diaspora got pretty much the same. If you live in America, you know, we got the same exposure because it's keeping in a system that make you understand how this thing is configured right. And 250 years old constitution is still working. It's still working. I mean, it's for one reason or the other. It's just people really work through that constitution. And for us to understand that and how it's going to be working, it will be excellent knowledge to the local that you bring in. Anything, anything that you see while you're visiting that lacks something, it might be customer service, it can be anything. The fact you're there, you're going to make a change. I guarantee you that. I guarantee you, you never leave the continent without giving your opinion, without giving your intelligence, without advising. You're not going to leave that. And especially that I'm putting that invitation, you're aware. As we go forward on this week after week and develop a system and how to benefit Africa, we'll do something. Because this is the part of conversation we're taking place right now for all Africans in diaspora to do something about the continent. And those of you that hear me or that gonna pass through, you will have it in your own senses, in your spirit, in your being as an African. That's gonna be so boiling inside of you. You'll be so impressed by the time you hit the ground in Africa and see what's going on. Everything is gonna be wide open. You will see what's lacking, what's missing. And believe me, by the time you come back, you got so much wealth of information that you're going to be really joining the movement that's going to be for one Africa. And oneness for us is how much we can put out there to help the African continent and its residents, inhabitants. There's a lot of things. Africa is untouched. They think they got all the resources out? No, I don't think so. It's untouched. So that's why I invite you to Africa. Come and see. See for yourself. You'll see it directly.
Yes. Yes, indeed. And that's why we're here, because sometimes people, even that information about, you know, the ticket, some people might think, oh, you know, I can't afford it, it's too much, and they just leave it at that. But, you know, if people know, you know, how much, where to stay, especially if they know somebody from there, because even everybody, if somebody just dropped you in the middle of a place you didn't know, obviously you'd be lost and confused. But the more we make connections, the more you know, oh, I know somebody from this place, and then you call them before and you tell them, so they help you with things. And and especially seeing people travel, even if you can't be there. That's why the call to come to Africa is, it doesn't have to be physical right away. It can just be, you know, a mental calling. You can just go on the internet and look at, you know, those countries and look at the culture. That's still visiting in your mind. That's still connecting. So physically eventually, but it's always, it should be on your mind. So this, you know, once you connect with people, once you know the people, because it's not just about the place. It's the biggest thing about Africa is the people. When you meet the people, when you talk to them, you'll just feel, I don't know, it will restore your faith in in humanity. Let me just say that, and you won't want to live. So you know, this connection that you make with people, even on the internet. If you know something about a country, suddenly you feel very connected to that country. If you know the history of a place, if you see the places, and Mika has really showed of the beauty of Ethiopia, the castles. Who would have known, you know, there was so much beauty and so much history behind it. You know, we don't hear things about each other. You only hear the wars and the famines and the bad things and the politics and so on, but you don't really meet the people. And for him to actually go and talk to people, students, you know, farmers, just ordinary people, we're all ordinary people. You want to know that somebody on the other side is just like you. So just though making those connections and breaking down barriers is a big step in moving forward. Yeah. So let's
You know,
travel.
the other thing I'm looking at the on the cost of the airline, right? I just want to make sure that everybody understand. You know, the airline, you know, they always depend. You know, when they land, they're gonna have to refuel and all that, services and all that. They're gonna pay certain amount of money. Just they tax them. You know, literally, uh, where you come from and how you're gonna be doing the flight. But the benefit, you know, the transport really compared to what you're going to be paying for hotels fee and everything else, way low. I mean, you can travel within the United States and whatever that you have, 650. You know, it's not going to accommodate you for your money. 650 is just the transport. But when you arrive in the locality and get your reservation, you'll get more than 650 over your travel because the booking on the hotels are very cheap. They're not they're not as expensive as you can think like having. You can go 5-star hotels and everything else, but on the regular visiting and everything, but it's still on the 5-star hotel is cheap. I mean, you're looking at maybe about $50, $60 a night uh, from a dollar aspect of it. But you have a resort like accommodation. Yes, you can pay 200, $300 if you're allowed to be and have a different level. But the comparing the average flight and your purpose of your visit, every money that you spend in there is helping Africans. That's what I want uh, the audience to understand. The 650 really is just one of the from 650 to 900, from what I see. Uh, and he said, "Hey, 650 is doable." And the rest, when it comes to food and everything, you're gonna eat organic food, to your advantage. There's a lot of untouched field that not really corrupted with the pesticides and all the antibiotic that you're gonna go to the cattle and stuff. I mean, you'll have a very healthy nutrition to begin with. And at the same time, just be aware that when you visit, don't expect everything is going to be just like the Western world, everything organized. And that's when your 5% kicks in, where you can improve. You'll see something that's very important, and that's when you really work and develop things. That's the whole idea visiting back home, because this is not just an internet view, but actually you landed and you saw it for yourself. And Mika did a wonderful job, like you said. He just landed and just went through. He has no time to even go into political issues or anything, just to get to know how people live and how they do things. and being invited through all these places. He got involved building with them. While they're building a church, he was involved in building it. You see him really down helping people and working on it. I mean, this is amazing, you know. In fact, he came back with a name change. They called him Haile Jesus, you know. And I mean,
that's awesome.
that was, you know, it's just how much people really loved him because he just went to see for himself. And I'm so proud that the fact that he was out there, the first trip on the African continent on a mission to One Africa, and launched One Africa in Ethiopia and Addis. That's where the AU sits. So that's where the CDC sits. That's where all the big organizations sits, because when they come for meeting and everything else, as we come in strong and well built and interact more within the international community that's arriving in Africa, this is big. It's that Mika did one hell of a job because Africa was born in him. Not only is African, but Africa was born in him. He comes all the way from the Koreans, the Asia, looked at, exposed on certain things that there is something about what Ethiopia is, and took it from there, came to Tanzania, and really, that moment before he transitioned, Africa was born in him. And this is mission, and this is where we are right now, you and I, and all of you that are commenting in there. This is what he got created. It's an amazing journey. And those of you that have always followed us, you know every day there's a different thing, different topics. And we didn't even touch everything. It's just nicking it. It's just there to maintain our sanity, because we can talk a lot of other things and we can be insane about it. But again, you know, we just want to keep our sanity and try to bring in our unique brothers, the future leaders of Africa, and being aware from the diaspora of what we see and what is being narrated and how we can balance those narration and have African narration. Our own narratives are the one that makes us who we are. We'll see a lot of negative things on divide and conquer base. Oh, Mali did this. Oh, this, that, this. No. If Mali's touched, I'm touched. I'm an African. We all should really follow through it and have your own personal contribution for any African land that's been criticized for something that's not benefiting them, but putting down an African nation. We should stand together. Anything that we see on the West or any East or whatever that's going to be derogatory or negative about any African countries, we should all stand. This is the power that we have within diaspora. We can go through different channels and address these issues. It can be quiet and it's like settling behind closed doors, but it doesn't matter as long as it benefits Africa. It's going to benefit. We've been heard.
Yes, and just to add on the personal responsibility, what Mika did was, we always say, you know, the government should do this and that, people should build connections, but sometimes you have to do it. You know, sometimes you have to be the one to do it. You know, it just, he didn't wait for somebody to tell him to do it. He just got up, filmed it, and shared it with the world. And, you know, we benefit from that. And so when you're talking about ambassadors, let's also be personal ambassadors of our people, all African people. When people see you, you represent, you know, your people. So you should behave in a way that when somebody meets you, they'll say of your African people, not just, you know, where you're from, but of your people, they are this and this, and they showed me this. Even if they don't like you, as long as you show yourself to be, you know, the best that you can be, that's being personal ambassadorship. So we can't always wait for somebody to come and do it. Sometimes, you know, we have to do it on our own. And then maybe when the government sees that, then, or other people see it, or a business sees you, then they invest in you because you've already started doing it. So we can't always wait. And I think it was Joe, who was it in the comment section, who says that Black Americans don't have to be invited to Africa, but it's nice to be invited. Sorry, I'm paraphrasing, but that's true. You know, any Black American can just right now pick up the map of Africa or find out what they want from any country and just book a flight and go to anywhere in Africa. Go to the smallest country, the biggest country, go to the beach countries, go to the inland countries. You can go wherever your spirit leads you, you can go. So but at the same time, it's still nice to be invited. So you know, there's both sides, but you know, that sometimes you just have to take it upon yourself to do something even when you know, it's not being done by other people. So yeah, so Mika has shown that through his actions, not just through talking. He has actually went and talked and walked and all of that and met different kinds of people. He's talked to students, he's been, yeah. So that's an example for us that it's not just talking. You actually have to go out and meet people and talk to people and not be afraid to go somewhere new and just be amongst your people. Yes.
It's like breathe the same air, breathe the same air, drink the same water, eat the same food.
Yes.
You know, it comes with a package.
Yes.
And don't be stranger, because you know, if you look at your color, you're black. Don't look any other way. Don't go on 50% this and that and that. Already this beautiful dark chocolate, brown in lighter, and it can go in variation of colors. The minute it is varying and still have the touch of black, that's your blood. Because, like I said at the beginning, the whole world was born out of Africa. Okay, you got the Asians, the Caucasian, all the colors that you have out there. They first been born, and we have evidence. As such, they did a great job in the genome and DNA. Now the DNA is going to show. And there's nobody on Earth, unless he's outside this planet, that I don't know, doesn't have any blood of black. They all have that. They can deny it. They can do whatever they try to create some unknown, only registered to 50,000 years old. They were thinking about, oh, okay, the white nation is this way. But again, you know, the bottom line is thanks to Lucy and another one that was being found that they're still covering it down is 6 million years old. But again, you know, right there it gives you a lot of history. And the DNA now, once they did all the genome, it shows that everybody in this world is born out of Africa that has a black DNA. There's no denial. I mean, they can deny it, or anybody can deny it. But again, even for outside Africa, you have to understand about the continent, how it's formed. Not this 1885 that's been the Berlin stuff that really divided and conquer and all that. But at the same time, we're at 2022. It's something like some of the bureaucracy and everything is still dormant in 1885. We've got to wake that up because it benefits everybody. If you support Africa, if you really take care of Africa, you have geniuses out there. You have people that are really care, not for material things and stuff, but being human being, just being human. And that is a really important factor to understand that Africa never lost the loving and caring for human being, not just because you're black. They don't see the blackness or the whiteness or anything. They are really respectful of human beings. Even though they come and attack us in different fronts, Africa is blind. Africa doesn't have colors. even though we got front colors. But when it comes to treating human beings, we have no colors. We're colorblind. And that's why we've been invaded. That's why we've been colonized. That's why we've been treated differently because we're colorblind. All Africans, we are colorblind. We treat the Chinese, and we treat the white. We don't have any problem with that. I think the fact that we're very unique and they want to exterminate that uniqueness, it always fails. It's in our DNA, in our soul, in our spirit. And I really appreciate everybody that's commenting on the comment section. Again, sound sounds Bantu. You guys are really great out there. Thank you, Tanzan, for putting it on, being as my co-host tonight. I really appreciate that. BJ Riggs, I don't know how to say thank you, but you are, the most uh, important, informative information that you put out there for our listeners and being here and the panel. I really appreciate that. Maria doing Oden, really love your comment, and uh, I really appreciate everybody that's coming in and put their comments in there. We are the great people out there, and our brothers and sisters, we cannot even thank you enough.
Yes.
But it's our duty. It's our duty as an African to participate in such movement. Marie Antoinette, always, always
Hey,
welcome.
Maria Antoinette. Good to see you too. Yeah, Maria Antoinette and Sam, like the common twins. I always know they're going to be there. They're a reliable bunch. But yeah, thank you everybody. It's always a pleasure, an honor, and a privilege to be with my people and to have these kinds of discussions. This is part of that connection, getting together with people, going to the motherland without traveling, and this is free, sort of.
Yep, absolutely, absolutely. Thank you so much. I mean, it's just thank you. Sometimes it might not have the essence of how we feel, but you, as an African, in Africa, born in you, you understand. It goes way beyond that because sometimes thank you is not good enough for me. You know, and for me, as the most powerful word is I love you all. Love is the only conqueror of everything. Let's spread our love throughout the world because by putting that out, we have no other means but putting people together. And Africa is love. For me, what Africa means to you, it means love. It's the motherland of humankind. Everybody's born out of her. And it's all proven, it's all there. And within my own soul and spirit, solely believe in it. And those of you that are commenting, those of you that are listening, you know truly that's what Africa is about. The mother of the world. Everything has been created through Africa. And that's why she suffers left and right. And she still have the most beautiful thing that she still have her children always loving and caring. They have their own internal affairs, and this is where us that has to stop from raising arm against another African. That's power. When you understand you don't have to raise any arm against your African brother and sister, and you understand that meaning, it comes to the root. The root is love and care. Everybody fights for survival, but guess what? We're the people that gives whatever that we have to share. without seeing our survival. And it's been done throughout all Africa, and it's still being done. People would give food before they fed themselves. It is us to make a difference. Again, I invite everybody to come to Africa. In the next 6 months, I want to see some numbers. I'm calling all Africans, all African descendants, all African Americans. I invite you, I challenge you. Just do that 1 week or two. And you know what? If I give you 1 week, I guarantee you're going to extend it. Because I've never seen any African that goes, oh, I'm going to do 2-3 weeks. Guess what? It's been always extended. Look at Mika. That's our proof. He extended.
Yes.
That's my proof right there.
Proof right there.
And I did. Even myself, I've done it. I went for 4 weeks, whatever. I ended up 6 weeks.
You don't want to leave. You just don't want to leave. It is peace. It is beauty. It is just, I don't know. It's just.
Can I give you a word?
Yes.
Rejuvenating.
Absolutely. Perfect.
You will rejuvenate. And actually, what it did to me every time that I go back, I come back to my senses. And when I come back and return, and I see different senses that need to be corrected here. So basically, you rejuvenate. Because when you enter, you came in with all this pressure that they had mounted. Now suddenly, I prove to you, is the motherland of human beings. Completely everything is gone. Number one, you might be on vacation, but this is not a vacation that, it's so paradise, so nice. It just rejuvenates your soul. Oh, the chair is here. I'm trying to add Cherry. Oh my gosh, Sherry, how are you? Thank you for joining us.
Yes.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Oh
yeah,
my
good
God.
to see you. Good to see you.
Thanks. Yeah, it's a great program today. I think my biggest what should I say, hindrance is the language barrier. I've never been to a place in which I couldn't speak the language at all. And for me, I would really love to go to Ethiopia, but I'm stuck on the alphabet, the Amharic alphabet.
Okay.
So
I'll give you a good thing, that we have a lot of followers on One Africa. That'll make look at Mika. He came in with no Amarinya, but he learned Amarinya and he came in with a new name, Haile Jesus, which is the power of Jesus. That's the name that they gave him. And he should never doubt people that any part of Africa, there will be somebody that's going to be speaking English.
Okay.
Do not that the language. In fact, what's his name? Sam is working on certain apps, and he said he added Amarinya into it about languages. Language is no barrier. No barrier. You will have somebody that's going to help you into your journey. Okay. That is throughout Africa. Do not let the language, even your English speaking, you're going to end up in a French speaking language. There will have people that's going to be accommodating the language and translations. So that it should, and in fact, it's a fun experience because you don't hear them, but at the same time, when you say something, they'll make all the effort to understand you, because in common they talk in their language, but you pose a question. Now they're like, oh my God, I wish I can listen. And you're there because you're the one that's posing the question. So you're putting the monkey on the other side. So now they're trying to struggle to, it's a fun part. And then we human being given this as a God given, we can communicate with hands, with signs, and it's part of the package. Put it that way. It's the fun part of it. Uh, there's a language barrier, but at the same time, when you find one that can translate, that makes it even better. You know what I mean? So
Right.
do not fear of language, because there will be someone that's going to be helping you in translating your
Mm-hmm.
conversations.
Okay.
So, Sherry, you're welcome in Ethiopia. I mean, I'm from Ethiopia, so I
Yeah.
guarantee you that. Um,
The
when you
thought
visit,
of
actually, when you
uh-huh.
visit, let me know.
I
I'll
will
line them up. I'll line them
definitely.
up, and you'll be in good hand.
Okay.
Okay, but that for anybody that comes to Ethiopia and visit Ethiopia, believe me, Sherry, a lot of people going to listen to this conversation.
Mm-hmm.
You will, you post something, believe me, you will have people that's going to be supporting you.
Mm.
Go ahead, Sherry. What's your specialty, if I may ask, if you don't mind?
Well, I'm still a general practitioner, but I'm studying to become an ophthalmologist. So I'm thinking about, what it would mean in terms of taking an exam in Amerindia or Amharic.
Hmm.
It's a little daunting, I have to admit.
Mm.
Yeah, but we'll see.
And in fact, you'll be right in the heart of it. You know, I'll give you a story, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Just to give you, actually, his name is Mr. Brown, okay?
Uh-huh.
And I met Mr. Brown, uh, Abyssinia restaurant in PA, Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, right? And then, for me, it was a short trip because my original place to work was New York. I just came in to visit in Philly because they have Ethiopian food. So I went to the restaurant and I saw Mr. Brown, you know, on his corner in the bar, and he's got this book, and he's asking the bartender, certain words, and then he writes it in Amarinya, and I can see the bartender was very impressed. It's like, oh my God, you write in Amarinya and stuff. He asked the name, he wrote the name, and I was very curious looking at him, and I asked him. I said, "Wow, it's very impressive that you write names." And just to give him a little a challenge, I thought I said, "Write Ephraim," and he wrote my name in Amharic. So I said, "Wow, you've been in Ethiopia. That's the first excitement you get. Oh, you've been in Ethiopia. How you putting everything full forward and thinking, oh, he's lived in Ethiopia and everything else. No, Mr. Brown never lived in Ethiopia. It's
Mm-hmm.
just he found the culture very interesting, uh,
Mm-hmm.
the history interesting, and he decided to learn Amarinya online. Just getting words. He learned the alphabet,
Mm-hmm.
understood the alphabet, and he ended up by writing it. And he said the next step is to go and visit the countryside.
Right.
And we never thought anything to come out of it, but the interest in, when you put your mind, I always say that when you put your mind and emotion together, you can tell the mountain to move. The mountain will move. It's just nobody asked that. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
nobody. Even Jesus said, nobody asked him that question because they never asked to move the mountain. Okay, that's in his turn. So he went back to Ethiopia, and he went to the Bahar Dar area. He didn't even anticipate so much of the capital city, but he went outside the capital city. He started visiting Baghdad. He visited different Gondar and everything else. Then he ended up in Desi. Okay, Desi is the Wollo region in Ethiopia, and opportunity comes. He was single. Okay, and he found this girl. He proposed and got married.
Oh.
Okay, and he never had the intention of getting married, but opportunity kicks in. And when he came back to Philly with his bride, it was so amazing that uh, I had his contact, and actually, I got the contact within the restaurant, and they told me that he went to Ethiopia and got married from a lady from Olo. And a few months later, I ended up in the same thing. I see him having dinner with his new wife. And I was it's like destiny, you know. What do you know? It was just, he learned the language, got impressed by the language and the history. He started reading some serious Giz books, which I did not. For me, I'm fortunate that I speak Tigrinya. I can understand certain part of the Giz, but I never went into the depth of Giz. But he went further than Amarinya and learned about Giz. And when I looked at him, he introduced me to his new wife, and I asked her a question. He was speaking Amarinya, and I was like, "Wow, it's back in your mind, right?" And I said, uh, "What make you marry?" We always ask that question because there's a lot of calculation that goes in your back and mind again. And what make you marry Mr. Brown? She simply said, he understood me for who I am
No.
and respected me. And I never thought that would be a man that I'm going to be marrying. But for me, since he wants to learn a lot more about Ethiopia, and she graduated, she's a nurse in history on her minor, since he was so interested to know and learn about it. And here he is, he can read Giz. I was so like, wow.
I'm impressed.
So
I'm impressed.
when you see people that can go beyond, it's like he always mentioned that he's gonna go visit. And he never said one day. A lot of people say, oh, one day I'm gonna go visit. But he said, no, I'm gonna go visit this year. But I never thought it would extend to that level. And then meet the person of interest. So in the discussion between two of them, understanding that he wants to learn more and help more of Ethiopians, that really impressed her. And she said, I married him because he's pure love. Mr. Brown is pure love. And knowing him in the past, truly, he was very compassionate about human beings. So he ended up in Ethiopia. So I'm just going to give you a story that I know personally on how people fall in love in Ethiopia and understanding Ethiopia. Ethiopia is really the last frontier that everything needs to be squeezed out because they don't understand why this little country is still independent. It's always been there. And Mr. Brown, the way he raps it is, he said, "It's the only holy land that's left that they cannot colonize," and that's why his interest was there. He said, "People live free, the mentality is free. They have a lot of different uh, ways of seeing the world because we're not colonized and we're not being through the system of colonization." So a little bit of difference that comes is like, when Haile Selassie declared the independence of all countries and start established the OAU, that shows you what we want to extend. Hey, we want to recapture back again the original African states because the whole Africa used to be North Ethiopia, Central Ethiopia, Southern Ethiopia. And it's known for that. And they shrinked it to the last frontier. They cannot even being in the League of Nations and being invaded by the Italians. That didn't stop the rest in the League of Nations to say anything opposing, but laughed at Haile Selassie. Even Bob Marley made a song on certain the Geneva speech and all that. They all laughed, but he said, "Yeah, at the end, you're laughing at us today, but tomorrow we'll see who's going to be laughing." So exactly what happened is that this uncolonized country become the most powerful country toward the independence of the rest of Africa. In fact, to the end, including Nelson Mandela being and all that. So that's another topic, but on the history, he understood where he was going. He understood that he need depth in understanding of the country, which is the goods. And we have a lot of documentation in goods, medicine, agriculture, spiritual, name it. Anything that this world need to navigate, we have that. It's written in the goods. And goods actually became a PhD language where people would want to really read the goods and understand it firsthand because it's written so clearly. Churches still practice in goods. All the mass, everything that's been done is in goods. So for your interest, definitely you should not worry about language barrier, and you should see Mika on his trouble. So much I can, you know, I I can't I can say that because I've been born free, given free mind. Whatever my mind excels me, I went through life, and here I am in one Africa with free mind, but loving compassion, and truly advance the interests of the continent. Africa is my home. It's my birthplace. To the day I'm talking to you today, I never changed my legion for any benefits. I am still true Ethiopians. That tells you something about what Ethiopia is about.
Definitely. Definitely. Thanks so much, Biggie.
So I still want to hear more from you. So what's your next adventure?
My next adventure. I've been doing some research in Ethiopia, and well, there's what should I say? Fascination by the Western world with the healing scrolls that were historically used.
Right.
So far, I've seen material about it as a lecture in Australia and as an article in Princeton University in the USA. So I think they're trying to find out what exactly was what made the scroll so powerful. I think that's what they're trying to find out. I don't think they've uncovered the secrets, but we'll see. Everyone wants to know what makes Ethiopia so powerful. Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's the spiritual strength of the people.
It's a very spiritual country.
Mm-hmm.
And when it comes to the scrolls, there are so many scrolls that's been stolen. Again, this way comes to learn the Ge'ez because they're all written in Ge'ez. And to understand Ge'ez, even myself, there's a lot of you can read, you understood what's written, but again, the meaning inside, the true meaning of what's been written is kind of it's up to you to decipher it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I am within the is speaking the masses and everything else. And Tigrinya is one of the language that's very close to the Giz. In fact, it becomes very close to the Hebrew and Aramaic. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
but still, you cannot get the pure definition of it because those scrolls that has one part of the scroll, but there is another scroll behind it that they cannot relate it because there's so many scrolls that's been written. It doesn't say page one or follow page two. You're gonna have to uh, line them up in the true meaning of that first scroll that you read, and that first scroll doesn't have the second one, and that's the hard time because they keep going at it, going back at it, uh, and they're not finding. Some of them they found, okay,
Mm-hmm.
clear statements and all that, but some of them, when it comes to the spiritual realm, um, very hard because we're human and we have our own definition when it comes to the material and spiritual life. So that's why it gets complicated, and that's why they encourage to have a PhD program learning goods. It's a big program. It's a PhD program. So you're right. They try to understand what the secret is.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it so powerful while nothing bulged in Ethiopia? I mean, they tried to colonize it several times, several occasions, but the only thing they ended up is looting the country, and we're still fighting to bring back the artifact that's been stolen from us because some of the piece really that they have, and we have the piece that can really integrate and have the information. That's one thing that people don't realize that they some piece of it, but they don't have the whole story. So
Mm-hmm.
for you being in that program, really is going to shed some light. And Africa is born in you. I'll tell you one thing: Africa is born in you, and for you, you have to protect it. It's a heavy duty that I'm putting on you and bestow on you. That you have the responsibility, even if you know the meaning and certain things that's going to be hurting back Africa, you have to protect that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's your call because we cannot give all the information because we're already hurt on
Yes.
basics, on just resources, on the spiritual realm. Uh, Believe me, there's a lot of things that they want to find, but if you don't have all the scrolls and understanding of goods, believe me, you can interpret it just like anything else. Like the Greek tried to interpret the Bible that's been written from the Exodus, and the meaning that we're getting now is not it's not the same. It does not make sense, to tell you honestly. For me, I'm a Christian, I follow through, but there's certain question that when it comes in translation, there's a lot of things that's been lost.
Yes. So I always find it surprising that they were not afraid to loot these items. You know, just the whole operation of looting sacred material.
Mhm.
Were they not afraid of certain consequences of that action?
Yes, absolutely. Look at the book of Enoch. The book of Enoch
Yes.
was Ethiopian, and what's his name? Scott, somebody that visited, trying to be really down to earth, but he stole that book. But the fortunate thing that we still have the original books, because those days there's a program actually that is still to the day teaching how to write scrolls uh, in on leather. We have papers, computer system. No, he just went to the old fashioned and teaching on how you can write scrolls by hand on a leather, and still going on. And he recruits like 2 3 people at a time until they write until they're perfect in writing and write about scrolls that's been there, and basically they're replicating them, you know what I mean, and they hide them different places. um, it can be on a church that's about 2,500 meter above ground. You can find some scrolls. So they cannot find all the scrolls because of the logistics. That is not uh, easy to reach, and depending on what you want and what you are there for, it can be hidden from you because of your intention. Because they are protected for centuries, centuries and centuries. They are protected, the scrolls. So it's very fascinating to really truly understand on what the forefathers went through to protect those in Ethiopia. And the result is 3,000 years of independence. Sometimes I question that, what makes it independent, the resilience of the population. When you look at the population during the Italian War, it was 4,000. I mean, 4 million. Sorry about that. It was a 4 million in population in Ethiopia, and having this kind of secrets been hidden and protected up to the uh, Italian War, 4 million people. Can you imagine before that how many millions are there to protect this? Uh, this is not something in the Italian era. We're talking about uh, the fourth century uh, after Jesus' death. You know what I mean? After that, so how did they were they able to keep them and safeguard them? Uh, there are places where you're gonna see the skeletons with shield and spears, and died on the spot of these mountains. But they died guarding, another one replaced them. So it's an amazing story about Ethiopia as a whole, uh, and how these spiritual scrolls being protected. I mean, when you see some the churches in Ethiopia, when you say church in this century, you're talking about churches built, mega churches and all that. But there were small churches in a mountain, hidden, or in Lake Tana, at the Ark of Covenant that was there. There's places where they show you where Jesus played in Lake Tana, and Virgin Mary was there, and Joseph was there when he was young, and witnessing. They got a painting. Uh, these are like Jesus was less than 12 years old, because that shows you how far this spiritual realm comes within the religion, and it's amazing. You'll be so amazed. Do not let the language be a barrier, because you'll be going on a spiritual trip. Especially those of you who's going to come to Ethiopia, you should really look at these churches. And when you go to Muslim, Ethiopia was the first country that accepted Muslims when they were prosecuted throughout Saudi Arabia. Nagashi, the king at the time, and there's a mosque out there that was built, and the history goes deep. So do not let all the African Americans or all Africans in diaspora, do not let language be a barrier. There will be somebody that's going to speak your language.
Thank you so much, Biggie.
Tanzan.
Yes,
Tanzan is,
I'm listening. I'm just listening.
right. So, I mean, in that notion, any input from you?
No, I have more to learn than to say in this aspect. I didn't even know about the scrolls, and I know that Ethiopia has a rich tradition going back, and I have actually learned a lot through Mika's travels and the Fasili Castle and so on. But no, I can't say I know too much about the subject. More learning than, yeah.
Oh, there's a lot more to learn, even as Ethiopian. I mean, there's a lot of things. My dad was pretty good in teaching me history and different meaning to certain sentences and stuff like that. And believe me, there's a lot more to learn.
Have they done any translations of some of them, or is digital copies?
There are digital copies at Princeton University in the USA, but I have not seen a translation. They just showed
The
a
original.
digital copy of the original, and
Oh,
they
okay.
spoke about the people who usually were in charge of creating the scrolls, but no translation of the content of the scroll was shown.
Oh,
No,
wow.
it's very hard because it's a scroll. Put it this way: it's like a code. You know, you can read some part of it, but the meaning behind it, there's another scroll that has to be. They kept it a mystery. Put it that way. You get one scroll, but there's a second scroll, three, fourth scroll that follow through to really understand those scrolls. So you can translate it word to word, but it does not make sense because you're really translating one thing to another, and still leaves you. Uh, some of them also have some sign of kind of treating something. Okay, but if you don't have the other part of it, there's no page note foot, or anything else. So it gets complicated. Some of them are straightforward that you can talk, but it's not of an interest in the general speaking. That translation is just maybe a history of certain things. But finding those two different scrolls that get together, that I think that's where it's stuck. Right? Correct me if I'm wrong, Chrissy.
Well,
It's just
they just gave vague details, like they said each a scroll was made for an ill person. It was made to the same height as the person, but then they seemed not to be so sure whether it was simply the height. They just emphasized that it was something custom made for the person.
right.
Yeah.
But again, that is it that we call it what do you call that? The gold and the wax, like a riddle.
Yes.
you know. And if you don't have the gold is the true meaning of what's been written, and that true meaning is really put together with another scroll. And if you don't have the two and identify, there are thousands and thousands of scrolls that's been written in different regions, different places, and that in fact is the hardest to translate. And that one of the PhD program is just to find some of the uh, meaning uh, that leads you to where's the scroll? There's another scroll. So it's the hunt for the next scroll because you see the height. I mean, that height can be anything, you know, but the meaning would be on another one. So finding the true translation of this, if, you know, most of the priests might have a certain uh, translation, high priests, that have been involved in these understanding. And in fact, I've seen some interviews like the priest is explaining the translator, and then he got carried on, you know, into telling you the meaning and stuff like that. And the translator is Ethiopian. He's trying to give the translation, and he said, "Wait a minute, you know, you better stop talking like that. You know, I just got carried over. This is not something that's going to go outside. You know, it was something for the translator to understand, but never been meant to be translated directly for the person that of interest. So they're still protected, even when it comes to translation, where they have a very deep understanding of those scrolls. They're still very protective of it. It doesn't go out that easy in the translation. It's so funny. It was on the YouTube, and the guy is saying the priest was so emotional, was saying, "Dude, you know, I'm telling you all this story for yourself. You don't translate everything, you know. Then they're gonna look for more because you see they experienced that they oh if there's a meaning for that they'll be sending somebody else after you. So just to protect that, you know, the assets that's been collected and protected. So you'll get some of it, you know. But Jerry, by any means, you should go. I mean, you should go because you're right on it, and
Mhm.
especially when it comes to translation, and uh, really, they'll help you to understand it because you're African born. Africa is born in you, okay, and they'll give you all the help where what you want to understand, and some of it should be kept secret. You know, secret and sacred, put it that way together, because this world is not ready to some of this stuff that's there. This world is not ready. You know, they will take it to a different level, uh, and maybe use it for different evil plot. So you have to be very careful on what you disclose and what. But people out there will help you to make you understand. It's a different world. I've had some friends that went to those put it, churches and hidden teachings and everything else, but
Mhm.
they will reveal to me certain things, but not in depth. You know, they skip the information because that
Mhm.
information it took them a while to understand it for themselves to keep a secret, and that's
Mhm.
why everybody's trying to beat into it and to learn the language. Yes, you know that's where you're going to start, learn the language, but it's very hard really to decipher what's the next quote. It's a whole different teaching. You know what I mean? It's like the monk, the kung fu monks and stuff like that. You know that you talk about in Asia. You know
Mhm.
that there's a more in depth to it when it comes to those scrolls and understanding of the language is itself. It's very hard, but definitely got to go. You're one of my first ticket for the year. How about that?
Okay. Thank you so much. I purchased the language course. I just have to quiet my mind and study for a few hours every day.
Absolutely. So you got all the alphabet?
Yes, I did. Mm-hmm.
You practice?
I'm practicing. Writing is a little difficult, but I need to study the grammar rules and take it from there.
Awesome. Well, I'll start you off with the ha, and the way we learned it, right? Ha, hu, he, he, oh. It has to rhyme, like do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, si, do, just like the music,
Right.
And when you listen to the letters, they go 7. So ha, hu, he, ha, he, ho, right? And the way the way they teach us is to once you learn the how, and then the lelu, and you keep going, right? And look at from the ha, le, ha, ka, ba, sha, ta, ba, and you go all the way down, and the rest of it is like do, re, fa, sol, la, si, do, right? Just the same way. Ha, hu, he, ha, he, ho, le, lu, li, la, le, lo. It's just their rhyme. You see what I mean? So don't look at it so complicated. It's just the way you kind of sing to it. You sing the alphabet, and that you will get it. It will sink it very easy, and then the letters will come. You'll have 2 different kind of ha's, and you have to understand those. There's ha with look like a U, and then you have another one that looks like an upside down fork with 3 fork in it. You know what I mean? The 2 differences, when you're going to use them and what letter that you're going to be using, that's something else. But at the same time, learning just the alphabet, it takes some time.
Right. Well, I've just been using children's material from YouTube. That's what I've been doing. Yeah, very simple, very, very simple material.
Absolutely. In fact, I know another guy that really made it the Fidel. We call him Fidel. The alphabet is Fidel. Easy. And I'm going to try to get a hold of him and have a link to all African brothers and sisters in here on One Africa. And I'll put the link. Those of you who want to learn the alphabets and stuff, it's amazing. He did a good job, very good job. So you'll have it in hand, in the way you rhyme. You can play with the words, or he has some few cartoon characters and stuff like that. So it's very fun, and it's one of the things that we need to promote. Just being able to write your name in different African language is awesome. It's just one first step of being one. Just learning different alphabets and different dialects, and especially the Amarinya portion is one of the very first written. Giz is one of the very first written language. And if you really compare to Aramaic, you'll find certain words in Aramaic that are so similar to the Amarinya, because they're very close to each other.
Right. Thank you so much. I really appreciate this, Biggie.
You're very welcome.
I'm motivated to keep studying.
Oh, please do. Nothing is wrong from learning about anything African, and I think we should.
And let me also add: listen to music.
Yes.
Listen to the music, or even if you don't understand the language, music is one of those areas where you don't need to understand to just, enjoy or feel what somebody was trying to communicate. And I think that's one of the areas where, even if you don't know, you still can, because this reminds me too of Mika, because that's how he started really getting into Ethiopia. He had started listening to the music, and he actually got to meet, a certain musician. So it starts with the music, that's also part of the culture, even when maybe you're trying to learn the language, also just to find a few artists maybe. And yeah, so
Thank you, Tanzan.
and don't stop learning, and that's a good thing that you're interested in it, and it's wonderful. I do hope you make it out there. So all the best.
Thanks so much, Tanzan. One of my favorite artists is Rahel Gatu.
Rahel Gatu, yes.
Rahel Gatu, yeah.
Yes.
His song Ethiopia, it's one of my favorite songs.
Yes, yes. And Tanzan, since you brought that subject of music, I think for the longest time, our drums have been silenced. I spoke about it last time. Our drums, our beats, never been. We need to expose our One Africa. Those of you that are in WhatsApp, and sometimes we're gonna bring some links, and I'm gonna ask Mika if we're not infringing to bring some of the beats, African beats. We got Kofi Olomide, you got Keita, you got Dede Afro, you got different other singers, and make it part of our musics and our spirit, because it comes way back from the land, the motherland, and we should cherish that and listen to those. A lot of them have great messages behind it. If you don't understand, you find some translation to the songs, and a lot of them that have been in English, is easy to see the lyrics and everything else. But I think it's a good thing that we start listening to our own musics, to our own drums, because those drums means a lot for all Africans. All Africans have drums. They all have that. When the drum comes, it means a serious business of enjoyment, or you're beating the drum for war, you're defending, or you have all kind of sense and meaning when that drum comes out. So, Tanzania, you are absolutely right. Listening to the cultural musics, it helps you to integrate and to understand. And by the way, my father is the one that really introduced me to variety of African music. Before anything else, he made me listen to a lot of African music, and we should pass it on to our children so they can enjoy the same way as I did enjoy it, and I pass it on to my children too. And it really is very important that our music should really be flawless and distributed among Africans. It has a lot of meanings when you start listening to the beats. Definitely, Tanzan, you're on track. You've been saying that before too. I heard you. This is not the first time.
Oh, yes. It's one of those things that is unifying, almost always. Like, I don't, even if you don't like a certain, there's nobody who hates music. And that's one of the things that can start, bringing down the barriers of, and also celebrating our diversity. Most of the time we make it a complaint and so on, but in this respect, it's actually wonderful just to see all the musical reaches from everywhere. I can think of a musician from every part of Africa, and they're great. And that's also another advantage of growing up in Africa, is because you do get to listen to a whole great variety of music. And you're mentioning Kofi, we listen to Kofi from Congo, we listen to, you know, the Nigerians who listen to South African music, who listen to Cameroonian music, everything. You know, if something has a good beat and it has good music and everything, people will dance to it, you know, even if you can't understand a word they're saying. So that's one way of connecting with the people, even when the language is a barrier. So yeah. So
Yeah,
music
Jamie puts it. Jamie put it. That's one of Mika's favorite too, and my favorite is Teddy Afro.
Yes, yes. I think he met him. I think he met him one time. I think he did. I'm pretty sure he did. Yeah. So music is really, it cuts across so many of those natural, you know, barriers. You know, even if you don't, let's say you're with somebody and you don't speak the language, but just a certain song comes on and you both feel it. At that moment, it doesn't matter if you don't understand each other. You're just speaking the musical language. So there's a lot that you can start, and music and food, those are the two places, you know, areas that we can get together and we can really enjoy the diversity of who we are as a people. So yeah.
Absolutely, our food definitely. I don't see Monetezi or Pastor Israel. They've been out late up to this morning, so I didn't expect them. But when it comes to food and especially food, is going to be Pastor Israel. And Montezi always bring it out when it comes to food. So we should have also another thing that on my next week program is going to be Diaspora still using the African dishes. I think I'm going to throw that in there. I'm going to prepare myself for that. That people that are still cooking the African dishes and how they make it and what's the ingredient that you cannot find abroad, but that is uniquely for African dishes. I think me and Tanzania is going to be talking about this the next coming week. I think the food definitely.
Yes, we
I'll
should.
probably bring. I know Israel is gonna join, and I know Jonathan is gonna be there. Yeah, GB really something that I know you like some of that food. It sounds Bantu. I really appreciate that. And Sam, you know, he's working on this translator, some program. I cannot wait to see that because it's gonna help us all.
Same here. Same here. You know, we need that. We need, that's the way, you know, we need to be going, breaking down this artificial barriers, being able to
Yes.
communicate and just connect like we were before. So yeah.
I agree.
And that's why I always said, you know, we should not have any language barrier. This is something that is an heritage. It's something that we're always going to keep up. And one of the words that I want to change is diaspora, okay, to have the true meaning for us. The other word that I want to change is the fact of the tribal issue. You know, this is a colonial talk. You understand? Tribal. Okay, I want to change that. You know, in Amarinya, we have different way of saying certain things that are appropriate, not to, you know, when you say tribes, you know, it sounds negative, you know, because they always use it for negative attitude, you know. Oh, there's always tribal issue. There's always a tribal killing. There's a tribal. So that's not about what tribe is about. You understand? Uh, it's you're born out of an ancestral history. You already have history to it, but it doesn't mean because you are from that ancestral that you're always going to be hated for no reason. You see what I'm saying? It's just these are very difficult two different words that I really want to change into a positive outcome of in Amarinya, for example, when it comes to tribe, we have a beautiful way of saying it's a nugget. They call it nugget. That means your root, where you
Mhm.
come from. It's not. Uh, they never talk about a nugget to attack another nugget. They're all respected within their respectable ancestral history, but it's not now because you spoke different languages and then language and religion comes and they interfere with all the clarity where this thing brewed, the way it come from. Oh, it's a tribal issue. Oh, it's a religious issue. It's not really. It's more complicated than just calling it that the whole Africa is tribal. You understand? And then for me, Africa is nugget. The whole Africa has one source, and it's just we spread in different branches. So that definition and narrative has to change because it's flagrantly used when it comes to conflict. It's a tribal issue. No, it's not. It's deeper than that. That identification and having the right uh, definition from African by African in Africa, that you have to understand. It's totally different. They always try to paint negative that we have tribes. Hey, I'm very proud of those tribes. They exist, and I'm proud of every nugget. Actually, that's my change. Every
Mhm.
nugget that is in Africa is the fabric that made one Africa. That whole Africa is made out of those nuggets. If they were not there, we wouldn't have no Africa. And they cannot populate the whole Africa. If you really look at it, if you take Europe, you take America, you put them together, they don't even represent one third of Africa. They don't have enough. So those nuggets are very important. Uh, uh, it's the fabric of Africa. We should be proud of it. The only thing we got to do better into going into progress to bring future for our children because that fabric I don't want to lose it. It's our culture. It's our way of life. Don't make it negative. It's not negative. It should be something that should be embraced because we're losing a lot of culture. We're losing a way of life, and we have to really preserve it. And for those of you that always say, "Oh, tribe, tribe, tribe," get out of the tribe mentality because it's your fabric, it's your who you are in Africa. But again, embrace it into having a progressive. As we progress forward, it doesn't mean you have to leave your nugget behind. You still have that. You still have the source. So embrace it and love it. Everybody should love each other's nugget. You know, we should be promoting the loving of different nuggets. So travel becomes, always a force of a negative force. They always use it for negative. Always a travel for war. No, it's not. There's a lot more to it than those that narrating and putting us down as really being tribal. It's like, what do you mean? You know. So in that aspect, we had a long 4 hours today. I cannot believe it doesn't even look like 4 minutes. Thank you, Jerry. BJ that came in, Tanzan, Jerry. I mean, really, really, really great topics. And Jerry, I always encourage you, please let us know when you book. So we're going to use you as the first lead into the African trip. That'll
Okay.
be so awesome. We got like I said, 6 months from now, so and that gives us what October, somewhere in the mid October or toward the end of October. And if
Yes.
you can tell us your planning and once in a while update us where you stand, if you have any hiccups, where we can help you, and we want to do it live. We want to do it live, and people just picking and helping you and make your journey successful. So that will also help others what you went through. What it would be like visas, place to stay, um, translators, driver, whatever. Your journey uh, as a diaspora will make a whole lot of impact as we presented live. Please join me. I'm on Saturday, and we want you to join us on any other subject. You know,
Okay.
we have the education side that can give you some hints. We have the Ebenezer program. We got Tanzan program, and we bring in One Africa full force, and we're still grateful for Mika creating this panel for us, where we can discuss all the different issues that we have in the continent. And thank you so much. I appreciate that, Jerry. And it's good to hear that already we got the first flight in the booking.
Oh. Thank you so much.
Hey, you better upload for Cherry. She's gonna be the first one.
Yes.
My first Voyager.
Your first recruit. Your first.
My first recruit. And volunteered.
Yes.
She volunteered.
It's a beautiful thing. Yes.
Awesome. Cherry, you gotta update us. If you got the last sentence that you need to put together, let me know. We're gonna put that last sentence together.
Okay.
And Tanzan will book you up with the music. Tanzan, Beyond Cherry, you have the WhatsApp connection, right, Cherry?
Yes, I'm in the group,
so,
the WhatsApp group.
We're gonna bombard you with all the musics in there, all the links.
I love music. My home used to be a music school when my grandfather was alive. Actually.
Wow.
Tanzan. Yes. Well, musically, you will have so much. You just don't know where to choose. So, I think it will be a wonderful thing. And there's music now. There's old music. There's the new music coming up. So, too much good stuff, as they say.
I'm addicted to the Mali Kora players, like Too Many Diabate, Sidiki Diabate, Balake Sissoko.
Yeah, I've had a bit of it. For me, the Malian, I think, what was his name? You remember that Yekeye? Come on, Yeke. What was his name? I'll remember. I'll remember later. But no, I think I've heard of. Say the name again.
Balake Sissoko. Tumani, Sissoko.
Yes.
Tumani Diabate.
And that music, I think it sounds. It has some of the music that it sounds a little bit like Ethiopian music, if I'm not sure. Biggie.
Yes.
Have you listened? They have a.
Sissoko, and I did not heard of him. Sissoko, you said, right?
Sissoko. Balake Sissoko.
Balake Sissoko.
Balake Sissoko.
Some of this music, you listen to it, but you never refer to it.
Yeah. And then the Diabate family. There's Tumani Diabate, Sidiki Diabate, and there's also someone called Mamadou Diabate.
Mamadou. Oh, well, you sounds like you're well on your way to a musical journey. Yeah, you're already well set. So yeah. Have you had Teddy Afro? I'm sure you have.
Yes, I have.
Okay. That's a good introduction. And are you looking for particular kinds of music or just exploring different types?
Exploring different types.
Okay. Because
now we have also the legend, which is Mahmoud Ahmed. Mahmoud Ahmed had a lot of we call him the Tuzitas and everything else. He is one of the legend right now that's still alive, and he's in the 70s, close to 80s actually. He's an artist. He's in Ethiopia right now. I personally know him, and at the same time, the fact that he's still singing and he's still entertaining the youth. The youth, every youth in Northern America listened to him while they were growing, because Mama is playing Mahmoud Ahmed throughout their day course. So the kids are grown with his music. So I can see some of the excited young generation looking at him. Hey, this is our legend, They grew up with his music. So that's one person that really I enjoyed listening to, and he's awesome. I mean, he's got modern. He's a really musician and very modern, also on some of the new application. So that's one person I really admire. He's still alive and well, and he's did a lot of great songs. I'll send you some of his link.
Okay.
Mahmoud Ahmed, beautiful music and lyrics. One of the things that I think we should have, the other honorary legend that passed, but Istilahun Gassesa. That's another legend. And but
I don't know if you were reading the comments, but some just mentioned Tilahun Gesese too.
Yeah, I just
okay.
I just read that, and yes, these are Astara worker. Astara worker. He just posted. Sam, we're gonna go through the whole list, but it's good. Astara worker is another one. She was one of the first MTV show in the 80s that she was presenting. Great singer. I left the country with her and Wubishet, and they had this amazing duet. Very, very beautiful song. We got Mulukan, that also one of the oldies. But I mean, we have great singers out there, and they should be introduced to. Most of them has been introduced throughout Africa now that we have the internet, that we have YouTube. It's just sharing each other's musicians, and we're open. Specifically, Africans are open for any music. I mean, it's just we jam on any music. African music, it's just it draws in. It doesn't matter whether you're Senegalese or Tanzanian. The minute it plays, we're on the floor. We hit the floor.
Wow. Yeah, 4 hours goes like 4 minutes. But for the last one, the legend, another one from the heart of Africa, Congo, is the great Franco Luambo Makiadi.
Makiadi. Yep.
Makiadi. But if you just search Franco Luambo Makiadi, yes, he is like the father, the godfather of Lingala music, of Dombolo and Kofi, before Kofi and all that. So he started it all. And he was also very
Kofi Olomide follow through him.
Yeah. I'm saying that he was before him. He was like the pioneer before Kofi and all this Longoma and the other ones. So him and him, Pepe Kale, they were, but him especially Franco, he was there from the beginning, and he was larger than life and large in life. He was actually a very big guy. But very, very popular and very political. He was during the times of Mugabe. Anyway, but the people really loved him all over the continent. I know that he was a great man and a great musician. So Franco. All right.
There was
wow.
another one. One thing from Congo. I've got Congo or Senegal. Very old, popular singer. Trying to think about it, but it didn't come through.
Yes, we will do a music show next time, because that one.
Like Malaika, Malaika.
Yes,
Malaika,
that's Kiswahili.
yeah.
Miriam Makeba, she also sang a version
What
of it.
was going too fast?
Miriam Makeba.
She's from South
Maria
Africa.
Makeba.
Yes.
Exactly. Maria
Yes.
Makeba.
Yes. She sang the Kiswahili song. It's a Kiswahili song, but she sang it, and she sang it very well too.
Very well too.
Yeah.
Very popular.
Mm-hmm. And that's that cross country sharing. She's from South Africa. She chose to sing it in a language that she didn't know, and I think somebody else also did the same. There was a lady from Nigeria, Yemi Alade. Yep. She also sang she did a collaboration with the Swahili, I think Diamond Platinum from Tanzania, and she also sang in Kiswahili. So yeah,
yep.
It's a beautiful thing.
We got a lot that we can share, just again, our music is very powerful, and it goes right across Africa. And actually now that they have this recognition of music of the year and all that, oh my God, it's just incredible. We have a lot of artists that are upcoming artists and all that. I'm very happy with that. So anyway, I can see JB saying that back in the days, Ethiopian television used to show us Africa, Alpha Blondie and Maria Makeba. You see it on the comment? That's from JB.
Oh yeah, that's good. Yeah, I know Alpha Blondie too, Miriam Makeba, Yvonne Chaka Chaka, yeah, Pepe Kale, Lucky Dube, all of those different African musicians from all over.
Now we're just gonna have to make sure that we don't have infringement on their songs and everything else. Maybe for me, I can directly ask Mohammed Ahmed if I can play a song on One Africa. That'll be great.
Yeah.
We can play music, right? Very short clips.
As long as I have permission from someone, I'm not sure exactly how you go about doing it, but as long as you have permission, you can play the entire tune.
Right.
It's a matter of permission.
But you can have a 10 second or something like that, 10 something segments that you can play.
Yes.
For educational purposes or whatever, right? I think we're gonna revise that with Mika, and have some clips from all African music, and Tanzania is gonna be the head of it on selecting those clips.
No, at this point, I think, Marie, do you want me to call you Marie Antoinette, or do you prefer different name?
Marie Antoinette is fine.
Okay, good. Yeah, at this point, I think Marie Antoinette might be giving me a run for the money, so she might have to co-DJ. Yes, so you're going to have to be on that run, because you also bring a few new artists that we didn't know about. So hey, it's a collaborative effort. Everybody, had different experiences, and there's so many. Nobody is going to claim all of it because it's just too much. But
no problem. Yes. It's my pleasure. I can do that.
Wonderful. All right, looking forward to it.
Then has no problem.
Yes, I recruited her too. See, Biggie, you recruited her to come to Africa. I recruited her for the musical project.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And Marie Antoinette, I have a place that you need to go and get all your blessings and stuff like that.
Thank you. And, thank you so much.
All your healing. We get challenged in life, and we're gonna overcome them with prayer and love, and having the opportunity to be in the that heart of motherland, and getting we have places of healing through blessed waters and blessed sacred areas that you can experience. It's all spiritual. It's all very organic, and that will help in certain journeys. And definitely, there are places that I would recommend you, and people that can hold hand and take you there.
I remember once on a program you said that people went to Africa and ate certain foods that were from their lineage and all their symptoms went away. I never really understood what you meant. Like, I can't trace my lineage, but I think you were saying if they went to up to the continent and ate the food from their particular lineage, they got rid of their illness. I wasn't too sure.
Exactly. This one of the things that I think, if I remember correctly, is that anybody that left the continent, okay, and whenever they got chronic problems that occur abroad, okay, they definitely had to go back. In fact, it is the worldwide. When I had that discussion, you got to go back where you were born, okay, anywhere in the world. But one of the things, the one that's been born in Africa, and then when they go back home, when I talked about certain uh, certain ingredients put together uh, for your specific ailment, we have that in Ethiopia. We have people that has the understanding of the 13 type of cancers
Mm-hmm.
and give you a treatment through food, through process, and very known people, especially breast cancers, where they had a problem with it, and they went back home in Ethiopia, and there are places that really have the organic uh, medicine, and
Mm-hmm.
that has everything to be told when it comes to your medical records. If you are diabetic, if you have blood pressure, and all that, all the above, and then certain treatment cannot work because they have to adhere to, uh, especially diabetic, in order to heal. If you confuse in the healing of the cancer, but at the same time you're not healing on the wound, because it does extract all the cancerous cell, and the food that you're going to be eating, the constant bandaging and all that. There's all kind of different ways of healing is being performed. There are people that had a blessed water upon and being treated for 7, 8 years. I mean, 7, 8 days at a time.
Mm-hmm.
There's no limit. It's not like, oh, I'm done. It's just you're gonna continue into that journey, and your priority is your healing, not how many days you're gonna spend in there. You know what I mean? It's
Mm-hmm.
just people sometimes don't get impatient. They think, oh, I went there 7 days, I'm done. That's not how it works. It has to be something that you believe, you create the environment, and you
Mm-hmm.
be patient and you go through it. And people will really show you some changes in your. It's like a transformation of who you are. The way you eat, the way your habit, everything change. Uh, because that's the fact. It's changing the environment where that cancer doesn't survive it. So basically, you're hitting it at a different angle.
Mm-hmm.
Radiation that we're talking about, we radiate. We human beings radiate energy, and the touch of certain particular people knows how to touch those energies. So you find a lot of people that are really being people that testify and that seen changes, and we also have people that do with food, or in herbal medicine, and that's vast. And I believe in them. I've seen things that do things and
Mm-hmm.
see people from one stage to another stage. Uh, and I can tell you, God bless his soul, my brother too, when he went through certain procedures, and I've seen the differences And the Western world will say, oh, it takes about 10 years to heal, from your ailment. And for him, 7 days it was done. And seeing it my own self, uh, some hepatitis C issue, even that, they will tell you, hey, we got to do certain food and that you eat and what you watch. Well, I've seen it happen in 6 months while it's supposed to be taking about a year or so. So there
Mhm.
are out there people that really have that healing process, but you need a good guide that really knows what he's talking about, and I'll refer you to some people that really did some miracle to a lot of people. Hey, Tanzan.
Yes.
Yeah, we just lost Mary Antoinette. There you go. I'm gonna.
Yes.
Oh, you're back. There you
I'm
go.
back. Yeah.
Yeah.
That
I
was
have to
my
get
finger.
going soon,
Sorry.
but yeah, go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead, Maria Antoinette.
Oh no, I was saying that was my finger. Sorry, I disconnected myself.
You got a wandering finger. It goes click. Well, you're not the only one. Especially, I have this Bluetooth, the earbud. So whenever I'm conversating and I'm trying to adjust it, every time I try to adjust it, I hang up on the person.
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes to live, it doesn't work that way. So it works very fine, except you run out real quick. But I'm very impressed today. I got at least a good 4 hours out of it, and I've been charging one earbud after another just to make sure that I carry on this conversation. But again, my first recruit again, Mary Antoinette, for the trip for Africa. Everybody better upload and support that. Pray for Marie Antoinette for her well-being to be stronger
Mm-hmm.
and have this trip that is supposed to happen, and it will happen. We pray for you, Marie Antoinette. I always do. And Tanzania, I know you do. And I know all our audience
Yes.
are not new to
Yes.
Marie Antoinette. Our followers, our subscribers, you're aware every time that you hear Marie Antoinette, your prayers. Kaku is another brother that prayed. Kuku, Dr. Zadeka. I mean, they asked for prayer. Mika asked for prayers, so we all have to pray for him too. This is something what makes us different because we're family. We're all in it together. And good, bad, it doesn't matter. We're all one. We're still gonna fight for this oneness. But as far as I'm concerned, Marie Antoinette, you're my hero. You're my hero. First call, you respond, you're my hero.
Thanks so much.
Uh, Definitely. Today, I've been blessed with the ladies. I don't know about you guys, Isra, Ebenezer. I've been blessed. I got 3 ladies today. Came into my show, made a wonderful show. I'm blessed.
Yes, it's a blessing.
Well,
It's a
you're
blessing.
definitely blessed because there was another diaspora discussion on another sister channel.
Yeah,
Um,
3. Oh, yeah.
we had it was very interesting, but sometimes we have to focus more on ways that we are similar than ways that we are different. It's really a trauma response that we have as Africans. We tend to look for the ways that we are different first. So we didn't do that today, and I was really grateful for that.
Yes. Thank you. I'm blessed because I got 2 ladies. I didn't see the guys. It's something like the guys got scared of the show today.
I
And a
know
lot
what
of them are,
happened.
and that, what's happening, I don't know. I gave them time even to the late night. Right now it's actually 1:30. Wanda Tizzy should be up and running. But it's a great day, great show. I
Yes,
cannot
yes, it
ask
was.
any better. I cannot ask any better. I asked and I prayed to Xavier and I said, give me the voice today. And you heard my prayer. And I just want you to witness all that as I wished everything come true the way the prayers at the beginning. And I want them to be true for all the prayers that we put out there for people we love, we care for the world, the universe, because this is Xavier's world. He created us, and things are getting done according to His will. And then we put our will, asking for it to be granted. And He gave us this moment, a great conversation. Again, Sam, GB, definitely you guys are supporting. Sounds Bantu. I want to thank you, GB. I want to thank you, BJ Riggs. I really appreciate all of you that puts all your comments on the section. Yusuf Bafkadu, it just Eritrea, just came from Africa 3 weeks ago, and would like to hear from you. Actually, he just came from Africa 3 weeks ago. So we really want to see this rejuvenated African to come, especially those of you that just hit the motherland and come back. I really want to hear your rejuvenation with your new attitude, your new being, and what you're going to do different now, that you've seen it, that you've been in it, what different. And in fact, that would be a great topic for all the diaspora that went back home and came back and how they felt being home and coming back to the diaspora world. Definitely, that's one thing that I really want to touch. And I want to welcome anybody that comes back from the country and how they feel about now their new being. Because every time you go back and visit, you definitely will have this information, this new information, rejuvenated, and how you're going to lead your life differently. Mariette Dan Udan, definitely. Yes, from Amsterdam with the European airline was fun, more expensive. Yep. Yeah, the European is going to be eating you alive whenever you take the transit and everything else, because they're going to keep you on that airport for 3-4 hours until you shop or you get something. And that's how they count. I remember that the old Ethiopian Airlines used to go through London. Oh my God, they got like 4 or 5 hours of delay, and then you wander around shopping. I noticed that. But now things changed. Ethiopian Airlines fly directly from US to Africa, so much easier. Less money for us to spend out there before we even get to the country. Other than that, I just want to wrap this session. Tanzan, Marianne, if you guys, Marianne Connett, if you have any comment for us, we close the session. And in fact, I'll take it also from the comment.
Oh, no, I'll just say briefly, it's been a wonderful conversation. Thank you for having us. Thank you for, remembering the diaspora, because we have to look further and know that we are bigger than, sometimes what we think. So it's good to know that we have brothers and sisters everywhere, including Marie Antoinette. And we wish you all the best. We hope you make it to the continent, and we welcome you anytime. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I want to say on my side, if you have any comment, if you can add on, what do you advise the rest of brothers sisters?
I would say, keep your connections with your God to overcome the lack mentality for this year. I think that's what perhaps prevented me from making the trip sooner. Always thinking about not being wealthy enough to afford to stay in another country. So that's what I'm focusing on. And I would encourage everyone to do the same, to overcome the lack mentality. Just have faith to know that God will provide for you to do what you were meant to do.
Piggy, I think it's on you.
I'm so sorry. I've been talking on mute because I just stepped out and was listening, and my laptop is way on the other side. Sorry about that, but I heard everything. So make the best out of your journey.
Mm-hmm.
That's one thing that I can wrap it. Make the best of the journey in your life. And Marie Antoinette, definitely you'll have this journey. And I pray for that journey. I pray that every element that you have should be struck out from your body and soul. Spiritually speaking, it's gone. You have this target, it's gone. Put that in your mind. And just last word that you said, our spiritual being and our practice in our spirituality is needed in this dark world that's we're going and what's going on right now in the world.
Yes.
And I really appreciate that you put that word of wisdom.
Thanks.
I really thank you. I really appreciate that. And all the comments, all the subscribers, make sure you like and make sure that you pray for Marie Antoinette at all time. She'll be joining us once in a while. I know that. She's our first intercontinental traveler. You know, let's make it fancy. Intercontinental traveler. Okay.
Thank you, Piggy.
So, those of you who wants to join this intercontinental travel, you're welcome, and put your keep us posted. You know, we want to hear from you. You know, this is something that we want to hear from you. Every traveler that goes on that sky, intercontinental travel, we pray for you and we make sure we support you. If you got any question, we got a lot more support. You ask that question, I think you'll get a better guide through this channel than anywhere else, because everybody knows somebody. Everybody's interconnected. So for your trouble, if you're traveling, all Africans, that is on this channel, listening to this channel. If you're traveling, even if you don't have anything to say, just tell us where you're traveling and what you need help with. And I'm very sure we're all going to be giving you an answer. So it's up to you to pick the right choices, because you will have multiple choices to choose and to make your trip to Africa very easy. And again, I encourage all Africans that never visit, I encourage African Americans that never been in Africa to pick their destination and have that intercontinental travel. So, Marie Antoinette, I'm just saying, you know, you started it, so we're gonna call it intercontinental travel.
Okay.
To Africa.
Okay. Thanks so much.
In that, Tanzania, if you don't have anything to say, I want to wrap this session. And
no, that's it for me. Thank you. It has been wonderful, and I'll give it back to you. Thank you.
And I'll say, ladies and gentlemen, that made me shine for today's show. I thank you very much. With the power of Xavier here, we were able to make this session, and it was very pleasant. And again, I gratefully thank Xavier here for giving me 3 beautiful ladies on my panel. And the guys are out there, of course, on the comment section. But I've been blessed. and your feedback was so great. BJ to start with, Tanzan and Mary Antoinette. This show wouldn't be possible without you guys, and I hope everybody learned something or something that could be commented. And those of you who's gonna watch this later on, again, I bless you. As I always say, subscribe and like for the one that watching, but for the one that you really gonna watch in the future, it doesn't hurt to subscribe us because sometimes uh, you get information that you never thought you can find. So please join us again in the future. Uh, this is Ephraim Biggie, and I'm going to close this session in prayers uh, that goes the healings. First of all, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, Father, I greatly appreciate you for giving me the opportunity to talk to all my brothers and sisters out there. A topic that we picked as a diaspora topic, but at the same time, it gave us more information on what it can be done on the continent. And right now, we're very grateful that he gave us this beautiful, beautiful platform and put Mika in our representing this platform and giving us the opportunity through him to talk to us. And I appreciate it again. My Lord, I really appreciate for the time that we spent in here. And it feels like it flawless. It feels like a minute that passed through, even though we spent some hours. But at the same time, just to glorify you, my Lord, your only begotten Son came to earth to save our lives, our soul, and he's going to be raised and sitting by the right side of you, my Lord. I really appreciate you giving us the opportunity for all this discussion, and I invite all the and African descent to come back home where you created the first man and where you belong, and at the same time giving them the chance to rejuvenate, giving them the chance to really appreciate, and at the same time be the word to the world that we are Africans. We don't ask much, just we give you love with no return. We're the loving people, and exactly giving us that choice, just being loving and grateful, that will make us really under your wing. I thank you, my Lord, again for healing Marie Antoinette, for healing Kaku, Kuku, Dr. II, and at the same time, we pray again that the voyage for Marie Antoinette, as I said, intercontinental, uh, keep her safe to make it there and your healing upon her. Again, I pray for Sam, UG Riggs. I pray for all of you that joined us. And at the same time, I don't want to forget anybody in here that need a prayer, because if you really need the prayer, I want you to put and post it and ask us for for the prayers. We'll pray for all of you. Again, Xavier, I thank you. I'm very grateful. In the name of Jesus, your only begotten Son. Amen. Amen. It's a wrap. It is a wrap.
Okay, bye.
All right, Tanzan, Marie Antoinette. Have a
Okay.
wonderful rest of the evening, morning, and the rest of you have a wonderful, wonderful Sunday. Tomorrow is Ethiopian Easter. It's a big celebration.
Yeah.
Just an FYI, all the Ethiopians that you see out there, uh,
Mhm.
just give them the chance to say Malcolm Fasika. Malcolm Fasika to all of you.
Thank you. Same to you, Biggie.
Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye. Bye.
All right. Bye, Biggie. Till next time.
Bye. See you next time.
Bye.
Bye.